All right. Looks like we're live. What's going on, everybody? I have really bad news to announce. Prismo died. He had sudden acute kidney failure, and he had to be put to sleep today. So I was just at the vet's a couple hours ago, and he died in my arms, and I've been crying all fucking day, and that was absolutely horrible. So, yeah, that sucks. Yeah, I really fucking miss him, man. He was, he was just this amazing gray blob that I just fucking loved. He'd always meow at me to come to bed and cuddle, and, he's gone. So, yeah, I'm sorry too. That was one of the hardest things I've had to deal with, I think, ever. But nipple clamps donate $2 react. Let me see. Why won't YouTube take these channels down? That's absolutely fucked. Thanks for the donation though, nipple clamps. Dodo donate $2. Oh my god, I can't believe Prismo's gone. Sorry you had to deal with that. Miss him. At least he won't suffer now, yeah. Oh, he was only 4 years old, but I gave him the best life I could. Cuddled all the time. He got to play, have fun with the other animals, so I did my best. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
I'm so sorry this happened. VG Frown, wish you and Jasmine all the best.
Well, thanks for the donation, Alex. Really appreciate that. Let's see. Let's watch this first.
I think many of us are familiar with Larry Wheels at this point. He's so mainstream, it's kind of gross. I like my influencers edgy and nuanced. I mean, maybe he is. I don't really know. I can't say that about him. What I'm going to talk about today is something that you could likely be going through, and if you aren't going through it, it's something that you will eventually have to go through, and or you just have.
Do you know what caused it? The vet doesn't really know. He had the infection in his paw, and we had him on antibiotics, and it was going away, but he might have had a compromised immune system, and it damaged his kidneys in some way. But yeah, the vet couldn't really give an explanation. They're not sure. Cats are really prone to kidney disease. Our friend actually had a similar thing happen to her cat. Dodo donated $2. Someone needs to make an emotional montage of you and Prismo moments during live streams. We won't forget him. Can't believe he was only 4. Felt like you had him forever. How's Jasmine taking it? Jasmine's taking a lot better than I am. She didn't really like him like I did. Prismo kind of annoyed her, but, she was crying too. I think she was really sad seeing me so upset. But yeah, felt like I was just with him forever, you know? Oh, I love that cat so goddamn much. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Haven't started down the path yet, but if you did, it would be something you'd have to think about, which then this video serves as a cautionary tale for you.
You consider this a warning.
Larry Wheels quit steroids, or at least he said he did.
I stopped steroids. The reason why I stopped in the first place is to stop compromising my health, to ensure that I can have a happy, healthy marriage with my wife, and to focus more on my business.
This came with a lot of disbelief, as everyone who knows Larry knows he likes his Anadrol and equipoise. But the video comments are mostly shockingly positive, saying things like, "A smart man for 27, props to Larry," and "This must be so hard, but proud of you, man, huge inspiration." The video that Larry posts talks about why he is quitting steroid usage and going back to medical doses of TRT, or testosterone replacement therapy. A lot of the reasons align with his own health. He mentioned that it would be the best for his family and that the outcomes he was looking for would be had on a TRT dose because he could be around the longest. As well, he admitted that he was just doing too much. He had some health scares with some not so great lab chemistry, which he was a little bit concerned about. Now, just to preface, Larry isn't new or wasn't new to steroids. You see, all strength sports are going to include democracy's dose of steroids. With Larry Wheels' strength peaking numbers never quite seen before, it's no doubt that he's been abusing this stuff for quite some time. So when push comes to shove and his audience is just...
Prismo had sudden kidney failure. That's how he died.
Vince Goodrum video incoming making retarded claims about Prismo's death. I'm sorry that you have to deal with this.
Yeah, you know, whatever. Thanks for the donation, Alex.
consuming his content.
Does streaming ever cheer you up when you're sad? Why not take a day off, nigga?
I don't know, man. I don't know if it's the best idea to just be alone with my thoughts. I just did an interview with another YouTuber on the Parliament Hill thing, and I was interviewing, or I had an interview with a guy from, a journalist from The Sun on the Parliament Hill thing, and it got my mind off it, and I was able to keep it together and, you know, not cry. So, you know, streaming right now might be better. Just react to other stuff. Kind of keep my mind off it. Oh man, I just cried for like 4 hours fucking straight. That honestly hurt more than anything I've ever experienced in my life, just emotionally.
I'm really sorry for Prismo VG. The whole community is here for you. We love you, man. It's only human of you to let it out. That's proof to all your hate that you have empathy. Even though I don't believe this idea, Prismo is in happier place.
Well, he's not suffering anymore. He was doing really bad the last few days. He lost a whole kilogram between the 2 vet visits, and he wasn't moving or eating. So, you know, I had to make the decision. We got his blood work back, and he was in an extreme state of kidney failure where there was, like, no way to do anything for him, so... You know... We're all living on borrowed time, right? And that was his time to go, but tried to do the best for him. I just miss him so much, like... The house just feels empty without him, you know? Even with the other animals here, he was my son, like... It's hard dealing with it. Thanks for the donation, though, Grey Knight.
loving everything he's about, but that's the him who's on a bunch of steroids. Well, the positive feedback comes around and goes around, and suddenly he's on much more.
Dodo donated $2. Can you show us the interviews? It's better if you stream, not stay alone, be sad. Do you feel like you're ever going to find a cat like Prismo again? I don't know. I'm not sure. He was a really special kitty. He was unique and special. Lost a special cat before. Eventually, you'll get over it. Yeah. Yeah, I've had an animal die before too, and it's really hard, but life goes on, you know. It's the kind of burden we have to bear for you know, this experience to live. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo. I didn't record the interviews. The one interview should be up on the other, like the one guy's YouTube channel. He was the old guy that somebody sent me the video of.
Wow, VG, just hearing that news just made the thumbnail make all the more sense. Also, screw Vince for trying to claim it was the vegan diet that killed your pet. You should really make a tribute video to Prismo to honor his memory.
Yeah, maybe. I might do that. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Yeah, the vet, we told the vet he's on a vegan diet. It had nothing to do with the vegan diet. She doesn't even know why he had sudden kidney failure. That happens to some cats. It may or may not have been related to the infection in his paw. It probably, well, there's a chance it wasn't, because he was eating and drinking and everything just fine while he had the infection, and just suddenly over the last few days he stopped eating, stopped moving. So I don't know what happened. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo. Jasmine's doing pretty alright. She wasn't that close to Prismo, but she's just upset that, you know, I'm upset. 21st Savage donated $2. You still have Dodo at least. Yeah, at least. Which conservative channel did you do the interview on show? Can't remember his channel name. Give me a second. I don't know if I can find it in my bookmarks. That's not it. I can't remember. I have the guy's email, but I can't remember the channel. There should be a story posted about that in The Sun. And they actually talked about me on Parliament Hill. We're going to watch that video next. Thanks again, though, dude.
More for much longer than he ever should be, to keep the audience engaged and keep performing at the highest level.
If I could just find the views check, then maybe I could find it.
Well, fast forward nearly 3 years at this point, and Larry just released a video saying, I relapsed. In this video, he talks about getting back on steroids. However, I surely thought that he was talking about his cam girl addiction, which, yes, that's real. He does have an addiction to cam girls. We'll talk about it in a bit. But in this video, what he's talking about is he got back on steroids to make his brand PR more reputable, to make it so that there's more eyes on him and so he can market his brand better.
I had, as of 3 months ago, relapsed and gone back on a full steroid cycle. I faced several challenges.
I'm very sorry to hear about your loss, VG. It reminds me of when I lost my dog. It was tough getting through, but I always remembered the good times. Here's one song that you could use for Prismo's tribute.
That song's a little too gay, But thanks for the donation, Ben.
With my company PR that led me to
Sorry you
go into
lost
panic
your dog.
mode and make a decision to pursue.
How old was Prismo? He was only 4 years old. Thanks for the donation, though. Beta? Is that what that is? Dodo donated $2. He has a point. No, let me see. Remember when Biden-Harris freed the Merchant of Death for the American-hating WNBA player? He just sold $10 million arms to the Houthis. Well, you can't win them all. So, let me see. Anti-Israel protesters targeted Manny's Jewish-owned cafe in San Francisco. Protesters vandalized the Jewish cafe with an anti-Israel message. Targeting Jewish business will not free Palestine. It's not about freeing Palestine, it's about hating Jews. It's all it's about. These people are pieces of shit. Insane video. Let me see. 10-7 deniers versus 10-7 survivors. For the 1-year anniversary of October 7th, we conducted our boldest social experiment yet. Results were mixed, but clearly show that the majority of people who are in denial about October 7th or worse, willing to justify the horrors of the second biggest slaughter of Jews since the Holocaust, were moved by what they saw from these brave survivors. Let me see.
You think October 7th was justified?
Yes.
Yes, for sure.
You think it was a good thing?
Of course. It's not an attack, it's resistance.
Okay, well, I have a surprise. October 7th survivors. I'm Zach Sage Fox. On the anniversary of 10-7, I've decided to conduct a social experiment. Let's see what New Yorkers think. Do you go to school?
I do.
Yeah, NYU.
Yeah, studying psychology.
Are you from Palestine?
Yeah, I am from the biggest city in Gaza.
We have the 1-year anniversary of 10-7. What are your thoughts on that?
What's 10-7?
Really?
I feel like this is the prank where October 7th actually isn't a significant date.
I have no idea what that is.
I don't know about October 7th.
I'm not sure what happened.
October 7th was the day that Hamas came and killed 1,200 plus innocent Israelis, kidnapped over 250.
Well, shit, man. That's fucked up.
It was a Hamas attack on Israel.
Oh, I should know that.
Are you guys anti-Israel?
Yeah, anti-Israel.
How about you?
I'm also.
Israel actually got attempted to be bombed by Iran, but it was unfortunately unsuccessful.
Unfortunately, so you think it would have been better if it actually went through?
Yeah.
Okay, so I see a kafia.
I do have a kafia, yes.
So you think October 7th was justified?
Yes.
Yes, for sure.
Yes.
You think it was a good thing?
Of course.
I think I understand it.
I actually have 2 people who were at the Nova Music Festival the day of the attack. Would you guys want to tell them a little about your perspective?
I arrived at this music festival and I was with my friends and we're dancing for a few hours. And then at around 6:30 is when we saw the first rockets being intercepted, and they were being intercepted right over our heads.
And little did we know, less than 3 hours later, armed men with Kalashnikovs and truck-mounted 50 caliber machine guns were going to come at us and kill and rape and burn people alive.
We were hunted for 4 hours. To not be able to catch your breath and to be able to try to keep running and to tell your friend I can't run any longer, and he looks at you and he's like, well, you don't have a choice, because either you continue running or they catch up to us.
As we were leaving, we're seeing people running every which direction. No one knows where they're safe. There's gunfire from behind us, bullets flying past us, and we hear everyone screaming, and it's just absolutely terrible.
I'm sorry you guys had to go through that. I really am.
No, liars.
They're liars right here.
No, your story is actually like your face, bullshit, full of makeup. Really. Do me a favor, stay back. I don't want to talk to you.
You hate Jews?
Yeah, these people are genuine scum.
Yes.
So you don't even want to hear what happened to them on October 7th?
Hear her version of the story.
You're in that much denial. All right. Okay.
What you guys have gone through, that doesn't mean that what the people of Palestine are doing right now is not.
Like, how hypocritical is it? You want people to recognize the horrors that people in Palestine are going through, but then you deny any other atrocity, right? anytime Jewish people get shot at, fucking killed, oh, I don't believe you, you're lying.
Not resistance.
It would have been resistance if the only people Hamas chose to target were military personnel. That's not who they targeted.
I understand.
I'm not in the military. She's not in the military. The youngest person there was 17. He's not in the military. The oldest person, 75. He's not in the military. People who were visiting from Belgium and Germany and the US were also not in the military. Say that it was resistance is just untrue because they killed everybody equally.
You think militia with guns coming after people that have nothing to protect themselves with were simply dancing at a music festival is justified?
I hear what you're saying.
So when she says she understands where they were coming from, what would you say to that?
What is it about it that you understand?
That it was kind of a reaction to decades of cultural imperialism.
Yeah, if you want to point to imperialism, Iran has essentially taken over Gaza, a huge chunk of Lebanon, Syria.
All I know is that rebellion always happens for a reason.
People have been occupied for
There was no occupation.
Israel had left Gaza about 20 years ago.
2005.
I don't know the extent of what happens in there.
And Hamas had full control of Gaza, so who was Hamas rebelling against if they had full control of the land?
That's a good question. What do you think?
Well, I don't know.
No, I did not know that they
You didn't know they left
I
in
didn't know that there was
2005?
no.
Wasn't aware.
Isn't that a pretty central point of the argument?
Not only,
Yeah, yes.
I'm pro-Palestine. That's it. Really, nothing further. More.
You could be pro-Palestine and pro-Israel. You could one piece.
Yeah, that's not gonna happen. And do I need to further explain? No.
Isn't life about learning?
Right now, I don't want to.
Do you have any questions for them? As two survivors of this massacre.
I really don't.
Modern day Zionism, does that align with Judaism?
They are intertwined completely.
Yes.
They are intertwined completely.
Because it's believing
Because
that the
there's
Jewish
also
people
Jewish-
have the right to their homeland.
And that's why I'm having a conversation. I'm willing.
You're open to learning new things.
Of course, always.
Saying that I understand it is not me saying like, oh, it's justified, because that's never justified.
Has your opinion changed having heard their firsthand testimony?
Yeah, I feel bad, giving off the vibe that I hate Israel. That's like Israel's 9/11.
He's open to have conversations. Of course I did.
You'll do some more research.
Of course.
We gotta do what we gotta do to try and change everything out here, because it takes one person to just speak up.
You hear someone while you're in school bashing Israel or denying what happened on 10/7. I just hope hearing their firsthand account allows you to speak up and say that you are different.
Yeah, of course, I will, for sure.
I think it's shocking to myself that I didn't know, and to hear your firsthand accounts is just a very emotional thing. Can I shake your hand?
Yeah, of course. You can even give me a hug.
Well, some of those people weren't complete trash.
I had 3 guinea pigs before and they all passed. It hurts too much. Thanks for giving Prismo a great life. Also, can you react to Dr. Fuhrman's claim that folic acid supplementation is linked with cancer? 3 o'clock.
Let me take a look.
I was blown away by...
Cranky Vegan posted this on his RG page couple hours ago. Spoiler alert, nothing about the 1200s Israelis. Apparently, collective liberation for all, except if they're Jewish. SMH.
Yeah. Settler colonialism and fanaticism. Right.
You see all of the kids around me? They're just kids. Why wouldn't you just send a missile to them and kill them? It's not fair. It's not fair.
If he cared so much about settler colonialism, then why isn't he complaining about Iran supporting Hezbollah and Hamas so that they can extend their Iranian jihadist empire further? Like this guy's just an anti-Semite piece of shit. Thanks for the donation, Grey Knight. Dodo donated $2. Remember when Prismo used to jump on your chair above your head and demand rubs? Remember when he would keep annoying you during stream until you massaged him, even when you're playing games? Yeah. I'm really gonna miss that. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Let's see. 3 minutes.
defects. And they started prescribing folic acid for people so they can take the folic acid to prevent neural tube defects instead of telling them to eat green vegetables. So instead of benefiting from the thousands of nutrients that are in green vegetables to prevent childhood cancer and other problems that could develop in children like allergies, we just give people a folic acid pill. So now people can get along and think they're okay not having to eat green vegetables. Furthermore, the folic acid is not biologically have the same activity as folate does. Mm-hmm. It's much more aggressive at being able to penetrate cells and cause cellular replication, and it's linked to cancer now. And folic acid is a major contributor to breast cancer and prostate cancer and other cancers. So the person that's taking folic acid in their pregnancy is increasing their own risk of breast cancer, the increased risk of breast cancer in their children, and the fact that it's a permission slip encouraging them to no longer have to be careful about their diet.
I don't know if that's true. National Institute of Health, folic acid, friend or foe, cancer therapy. Folic acid plays a crucial role. We describe contradictory data regarding the role of folic acid, cancer development and progression. Some studies have confirmed its beneficial effects in diminishing the risk of various cancers. Others have reported a potential carcinogenic effect. Current review describes study results that suggest opposing roles for folic acid in different types of cancer. So this is folate intake and breast cancer risk. Case control. Perspective. So it looks like most prospective cohorts show decreased, reduced, increased risk for heavy drinkers. I don't know if what Furman's saying here is accurate. Several meta-analyses have evaluated the impact of folic acid supplementation on cancer risk using data from primary prevention trials. 2 meta-analyses, randomized controlled trials, with or without B vitamins. Doses of folic acid range between 0.4 and 40 milligrams per day. Only one study used 5-methyl hydrofolate, the metabolically active form of folate, at doses of 560 micrograms per day. When that study was removed, it did not change results. No significant effect of folic acid supplementation was found on total cancer risk in 2 of the analyses. One analysis reported a borderline significant 7% increase. Okay, borderline significance, whatever that means. However, the confidence interval 2 analyses also found no significant association between folic acid supplement and these cancers. One found 24% increased risk of prostate cancer. One found no effect with Less common types of cancers of unknown origins. Another found 53% lower risk of melanoma. In subgroup analysis, 10% increased risk of cancer in studies where less than 60% of participants were, or was that greater, were on lipid-lowering drugs, and hypothesized that statin treatment interacting with homocysteine metabolism and the presence of folic acid supplementation might impact cancer risk. Wine reported a 21% increased risk of cancer with doses between 0.4 and 1 milligrams per day, but not with doses higher than 1 milligram per day. 19% increased risk in smokers. It seems that folic acid supplementation probably doesn't increase cancer risk for most people, but in some subgroups, like smokers, it might. So I don't think what Furman's saying there is accurate.
Just watched your pro-Palestine protest vid, when you were taking off your Death to Hamas sweater, although you were going to reveal a shirt that said Prophet Muhammad was a pedophile lol. Rip my boy Primi.
Yeah, I haven't gotten that shirt printed yet. Thanks for the donation, Michael.
Sorry for the loss. He was big and beautiful. Today in a smallish town in a red state I saw some bearded dick with a big Palestinian flag marching alone around a busy intersection. If I wasn't running late I'd have thrown some shit at him. Fucking pricks.
Yeah, maybe you should scoop up some dog turds off the street or something. But thanks for the donation, Boopity Bop. Appreciate it. Curious donated $2. Has the conservative MP responded yet? If not, you could try messaging her on IG. She also delivered a speech in the House of Commons today. Yeah, I have the full video here, so we're going to react to that later. Thanks for the donation, though. Curious. I don't know if I was able to actually message her. Maybe I didn't have her Instagram. I tried messaging her on Twitter, I know that. Hello, I was the guy in the video who was denied access to Parliament Hill because I did not recognize Palestine as a state. If you'd like to chat and ask me any questions, I'm available at almost any time. There we go. Messaged her. Thanks for the donation, Curious.
Pursue bodybuilding in an attempt to bring more eyeballs on what I'm doing and in turn help my brand get back to where it was and even better.
Through doing this, he said it wasn't really his passion or something he was driven to do anymore. He was just doing it for other people's eyes. Ultimately, this was just a desperate act to get more business, which he fairly calls a cowardice approach. Now, I do want to make a brief argument because I find this a little bit flawed of a statement, and I could definitely tear it apart much more, but Larry's a good guy. We'll keep it simple. Larry has multi-millions of followers, literally multi-millions. He has more money than most people would have a year, coming in a month in ad revenue alone. For Larry to get a successful business off of the ground, it isn't going to require what it would take me or you to get a successful business off the ground, as all he literally has to do is say he started a company, show people that he started the company and how, and then talk about the company's value proposition. What is the problem that that company is solving? And he could do it in the least intricate way possible, and it's very clearly be marketing, but people would eat it up because, again, he has more followers than most people do in their entire lifetime, even if they spend thousands of dollars in ads. Simply put, he has a huge audience, so anything that he says or does is going to be caught on by a lot of people. But there is also the ad spend side of things too. Larry makes decent money. There's no way he doesn't at this point. He could have simply dumped $50K into an ad campaign, and you and me would be seeing his PR business literally everywhere on YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, and Google. This would literally ensure he is getting new eyes without having to do anything. So him saying that he had to do a bodybuilding show, he had to take steroids to get more eyes on for his business is...
I'm pro-Israel. I hate the damn terrorists in Palestine. I love the Jews. Also fuck Donald Trump.
Absolute base take. Thanks for the donation, Kanye West. Yeah, we're going to react to Piers Morgan tonight.
A marketing approach is really just a failure of understanding how marketing really works. I mean, you didn't even talk about your fucking business once. You didn't make a video about it. You didn't advertise your own business in between videos. It's just such a simple concept. You watch YouTube videos every...
Is modafinil a good drug? You might want to talk to a dermatologist about that. So I wouldn't really know.
Every day, I'm sure, you audience here, and you'll hear an insert from that YouTuber saying something like, hey guys, cheeky plug here, follow my Discord group, it's down below in the
including the district's top cop after the vehicle they were riding in was sprayed with bullets.
Down below in the link, click it, pay me money, right? Which I do have a Discord group. It is worth the money, but that's not besides the point, or that is besides the point. What I'm saying is Larry never did any of these things, and to say that he had to take steroids to get more eyes on for his company is just a complete failure.
Hey Richard, you know what? Benching 415, super impressive, congrats. Well, I benched 410. I attempted 415, failed that, but I got 410. What's more impressive is you were lifting on meds. What the fuck? When I took SSRIs, had no-go. Antidepressants never gave me problems, but antipsychotics were definitely an issue. They made me super tired constantly. But the antidepressants were never a big deal. I'm not on antidepressants anymore, but... yeah, that never made it hard for me to lift. What made it hard for me to lift was the antipsychotics.
Of business eccentricism, just a silly thought. But anyways, he's backing out of this bodybuilding show that he said he would do because he doesn't want to be selfish anymore. He doesn't want to take steroids. He doesn't want to do what you have to do to be a professional athlete, which is, again, very selfish. And it's something I've talked about a lot. Doing the things that are required for you to be the absolute best is extremely selfish.
Bro, where are the Europe-friendly streams you promised? You should start stream 4 hours earlier or 6 hours later. You said you wouldn't play Tekken, please do it, don't scam. Also, which Tekken girl is the cutest?
I really like Reina. She's probably my favorite Tekken girl right now. But, yeah, I'll try to do some afternoon streams, okay? Just being busy and whatnot, but I'll try to do some afternoon streams. Thanks for the donation, Tyler. Or not Tyler, Jaquavius.
Hey man. My heart goes out to you over Prismo. I had a cat I lost a couple years ago, so I know how you feel. BTW, not to be that guy, but were you still going to react to Wayne? Pretty please, good sir?
Yeah, we can try to react to that tonight. I'll do my best, and we'll try to react to that tonight. But I appreciate it, Tyler. Thanks for the donation.
I like poop. Like I really like warm, fresh brown poop. But I also love green, cold poop, tepid yellow baby poop. Fresh, frozen. All poop goes with me. Microwave the poop, of course, bubbling hot, perfect morning meal. Share poop with Jasmine.
I don't know if I'm going to do that, but thanks for the donation, microwave poop.
Do you microdose mushrooms? If so, does it help?
I've tried microdosing mushrooms before to treat depression. Didn't really help me. Didn't really notice a benefit. Thanks for the donation though, Fagmo. Master Peace donated $2. Can you react to this?
In recent decades, there has been an unexplained and alarming growth in the prevalence of chronic illnesses and health problems, especially in children.
Yeah, it's because they're getting fatter.
We've seen a stunning rise in autism, autoimmune disorders, obesity, infertility, serious allergies, and respiratory
Yeah, that's because people are eating like shit.
challenges. It's time to ask, what is going on? Is it the food that they eat, the environment that we live in, the overprescription of certain medications? Is it the toxins and chemicals that are present in our homes? Every year we spend hundreds of billions of dollars to treat these chronic problems rather than looking at what is causing them in the first place. Too often our public health establishment is too close to big pharma. They make a lot of money, big pharma, big corporations and other special interests, and does not want to ask the tough questions about what is happening to our children's health. If big pharma defrauds American patients and taxpayers or puts profits above people, they must be investigated and held accountable. When I'm back in the White House, I will establish a special presidential commission of independent minds who are not bought and paid for by big pharma, and I will charge them with investigating what is causing the decades-long increase in chronic illnesses. I understand big pharma, I believe, better than anybody else. I know where they're coming from. And then I will ask them to publish recommendations for how every American child can have a safe and healthy childhood.
We already know how to do that. It's just that parents feed their kids shit because they eat like shit.
This is a conversation that is long overdue, and it's a conversation that American families deserve. American families must have this conversation, and they must have a leader, a president, who can do something about this problem, and I will do that.
I don't know why they're even bother talking about this. Like, they're not going to do fucking anything. It's just people eat like shit, and then they get health problems. Simple as that. Also proud of you and Jasmine. Gave Prismo a good life. Sorry for your loss. Thank you, Wandering Mason.
Have your other pets been affected by Prismo's death? Are they sad? Sorry this happened, VG.
I'm not so sure if they understand. We brought BMO into the vet's office to see Prismo go because, you know, they were friends and we wanted to make sure BMO understood that Prismo was gone. I really don't know how they feel about it. Can't look into their minds, but I'm not sure. Thanks for the donation, Kitschy. Seymour N-word booties donated $2. Let me see.
Freshly cooked tofu. He slices off about 2.
That is a lot of tofu. Since that's China, I wouldn't eat that because that was probably all gotten from a sewer, but if that wasn't China, I'd probably eat that. It looks pretty good. Thanks for the donation, Seymour and Word Booties.
Fish. It requires all of your time, most of your days.
Yeah, sorry your dog died, Andy. It's absolutely fucking crushing when a pet dies.
And very self-centered focus. You have to have tunnel vision on one singular thing, and that one thing has to be the most important. As well, the drugs and lifestyle alter your sleep and mood quite significantly, making you a much different person to be around than when someone would have met you before. Now, I will also say that there is a big group of people who can prep and diet and take steroids with a really nominal effects at all. I mean, they just live life normally without any alteration to their sleep, to their schedule.
My utmost condolence for her loss. New Spherage shorts to lift the mood. Think it's good practice to keep in mind it can happen anytime with other pets, to be mentally prepared.
I know, dude, I'm aware, but it doesn't really change anything. Like, it just hurts when, you know, your family members die. We could all go at any minute, but it doesn't make it any less sad. I don't know if these Spherage vids are gonna cheer me up, but let me see. Thanks for the big donation, by the way.
Hey man, do you want to go to the gym? No, thanks. Why do you still do it? It's part of my self-improvement plan. It's also good for my mental health. You know that you only do it for other people, right? What? That's nonsense. Would you still be doing it if you were the last human being left on Earth? Of course, because I work out for myself. Alright, I would say have fun, but I know that you hate it. Yeah, whatever. Have fun being lazy.
Who does this guy think he is? Says that I work out for other people. I'm doing this for myself. I love it.
Breaking news. An unknown disease has made almost everybody on Earth blind.
Right.
I wake up at 3:30. I love myself. I love myself.
After the meditation, I take a 2-hour ice bath. It's not cold enough. Thank you. It's much better now. Now I have natural energy for the whole day. Now I'm going to drink my daily 1 liter of coffee and black tea mixed together. I can already feel the polyphenol energy. I'm gonna go for a 2-hour run now. It's great for my mental health. I'm done. I feel so healthy. To avoid food poisoning, I kill off all the bacteria. I always add some noodles for extra fiber. They didn't have broccoli at Whole Foods today, but I got some flowers on the way home. Then I also got some ginger, a little bit of salt for extra minerals. It's not oily enough. This is a healthy sandwich. It doesn't have enough polyphenols.
He doesn't even realize he makes absolutely no sense. Thanks for the donation again, Stitching NoFap. Appreciate it.
They can get shredded without really having to try super hard. I mean, those are real people out there, and selectively, those are probably also the ones who are going to be bodybuilders for the rest of their life and make it a really successful career. And also, I would say that the bodybuilding lifestyle isn't necessarily as toxic if you're in your off season, for example. I think it's more of an issue when you're in a prep and having to do everything to a T to get the results you're looking for. And I can attest to this firsthand. I competed through the ages of 19 to 24 way too many times, and I didn't have any fun in my 20s. I was too busy bodybuilding the whole time. I didn't have friends that were close. I didn't build huge tight-knit circles. But Larry is an interesting beast, and here's another bit that I'm a bit concerned about. He has a lot of vices, which we all do, but his kind of
Trump big brain donating $2. Trump unironically reinvented epidemiology is fucking bonkers. Yeah, I mean, we already know why people are fat and sick, you know, for the most part anyway. Him saying that is just, again, nonsense. It's just a virtue signal to make it seem as though, oh, I care about the children, I'm going to do something about this. He's not going to do anything about it. Like, if he does get any of this research commissioned, all these people are going to tell him, well, it's like McDonald's, fast food, you know, eating too much saturated fat, processed sugar, not enough vegetables. And then he's going to go, oh, okay, and then go eat McDonald's, do nothing about it. Thanks for the donation, though, Trump Big Brain. How old was Prismo? Sorry for the loss. My cat died earlier this year, too. It's devastating. She was 15. Prismo was only 4. So, did not expect him to suddenly have this really bad health issue, especially considering his age. So, kind of came out of nowhere, and today was a really shitty day. Yeah, sorry your cat died too. If only there was a kitty heaven where they could scratch furniture and be annoying for the rest of time.
Come in the form of extreme addictions. Jokes aside, they're very real, such as his webcam girl addictions.
What's going on, guys? So for about the last 3 years, I have been battling an addiction that has been compromising my future and my relationship. So when you go on adult sites, you may see ads for cam sites. Well, sometimes I'd spend an hour or two on an adult site trying to find the perfect video, and then one day I finally caved.
Yeah, BMO's gotten checked up. She doesn't have anything.
And wanted to see what the fuss about these campsites. Probably the worst decision I've ever made, because I got sucked in slowly but surely. Slowly over time, it started off with, maybe $1 or $2 $10 purchases, tipping them out of $10 here and there. Innocent, nothing huge, nothing significant. But after about 3 to 6 months of experimenting and visiting these campsites, I realized myself going on it more and more frequently.
To me, what it seems like is Larry has a really hard time trying to not take things extremely seriously. Anything he does in whatever domain, he sticks to it like a train on a railroad track. All he can do is go forward, which is probably why he's been able to compete at the highest level in multiple.
I think BMO is like a year and a half. She might be 2 years.
Multiple sports, because he gets obsessed, he gets hyper-focused. Again, he lays the tracks, and then all there is to do is to drive forward, to locomotion, baby.
I apologize, it is so warm in here.
It is warm in here.
This neurotic behavior is seen in a lot of athletes, and one could translate that neurotic behavior into a form of an addiction. And those addiction-based tendencies will obviously translocate into other things as well, such as drugs, such as webcam girls. But that behavior is also further increased when steroids enter the mix, as your own inhibition to stop doing certain things really sucks, because steroids do alter your brain and simply put the decision-making complexes within your brain. Literally at an architectural level, things start to change. Furthermore, this is a common trend we see in the fitness industry. I'm just gonna do 1 cycle, bro, and get to my natty max potential. And then 20 cycles down the road without a hairline and high blood pressure and cystic acne everywhere, they're like, shit, what happened? Even when bodybuilders retire, it's almost impossible for them to completely stop. They'll say, oh yeah, I'm just on testosterone, bro. But they're taking 250 mgs of testosterone per week, or more most of the time. I mean, Milos Sarcev is on 500 milligrams of testosterone to this day. And Larry didn't really say he was stopping for good in this video. He just mentioned that he had relapsed and that he was going to drop out of the show as he was being required to take too much drugs for his own good. So I really wonder what the next...
Canada is not as bad as like Ireland and probably even just the UK in general for drinking, but people drink here.
Next step for him is going to be. I do think this is an important lesson for all of you to take home, because this is a very real issue within the fitness and bodybuilding community. We certainly joke on this channel a lot about getting on cycle, but I am the first to tell you that it's probably a bad idea if you don't have a very clear, defined goal with what you want to do with that cycle. However, I do believe in bodily freedom, and I realize that there's going to be other influences in people's life outside of this channel, such as the many other influencers who do openly promote abusing steroids as a good thing. And one of the more serious topics that's not spoken a lot on steroids, and I don't mean to really...
Have you seen Athlean X video about to avoid eggs forever? No. I can't watch it on stream because Athlean X copyright strikes like fucking everything. So, but that's interesting. What did he say?
Catastrophize steroids.
What was the health problem? He had acute kidney failure. Just suddenly out of nowhere, his kidneys basically shut down.
But it's a very real thing, is that they do cause addictive tendencies. Now, someone is typing as fast as they humanly can, "Steroids are not addictive, you fucking ginger." And sure, on paper, they're not as addictive as cocaine or methamphetamines. However, they do alter the dopamine system strongly. They do alter the structures in your brain to actual size and proportion. And they do modify your reward-seeking behavior. As well as I've mentioned many times before in this video, steroids are very prone to alter decision making, and specifically make you more impulsive as a human being. Even you watching this right now could be relating to what I'm saying, and if you're on steroids, I would imagine that in some degree you are. Now again, I'm the last guy to tell you not to take steroids. I believe in bodily freedom, and if it's what you want to do, it's what you want to do. As long as what you're doing doesn't affect other people horribly, and you can somehow level up from doing it, it's gonna be fine. But it is something that you'll want to be aware of and consider as consequences to your actions, and I think Larry is in that cycle right now. But if you like this video, like, comment, and subscribe. It does me massive favors for this channel. It really does, you guys. I don't think you realize how much this simple comment can actually help one video. It's really impressive. Like, if you look at the views per video and then the comments per video, you'll find that the more comments there are.
All right, let's get into this. So they discussed my video in the House of Commons.
The Parliamentary Protective Service, for which you are responsible for and provide policy direction to, imposed an ideological test for entry on the grounds of Parliament Hill. According to a video posted online, a visitor is seen being denied access because he was not, quote, not a supporter of Palestine and doesn't recognize a Palestinian state. The visitor, of course, was denied access to Parliament Hill for the sole reason that he didn't hold a political opinion considered acceptable to whoever approved this requirement for entry. And to my knowledge, that's the first time that
T8 matches, not now. Like maybe 2-3 hours from now, but not now. Can't do it now.
You underestimate how retarded Trump and co is. There won't be any research. They'll find the dumbest person at the FDA and bribe him to testify as a whistleblower against FDA research before banning seed oils at fast food restaurants.
The thing is, Trump likes McDonald's fries. Well, you know what? That actually is plausible, because I'm sure in Trump's mind, he thinks McDonald's fries tasted better in the 1980s when they used lard and hydrogenated fat. So that is something he might be stupid enough to do. Thanks for the donation, though, retard.
access to Parliament has been subjected to a screening with political points of view, at least documented as such. Parliament is the beating heart of Canadian democracy, and it is where Canadians often come to exercise one of the most cherished constitutional rights guaranteed to them under the Charter of Rights and Freedoms and freedom of expression. So to cherry-pick that point of view, as expressed on Parliament Hill, is simply not consistent with Canadian values. So now it should be made clear, though, that this is in no way directed at the officer, but the question, the policy direction that you, the Speaker, are responsible for. It should also be made clear that the very fact that anyone cannot access Parliament Hill because of an opinion they hold, or worse, they cannot be trusted to be in the same place as someone who holds an entirely different opinion, is a stain on the state of our country and the divisiveness that has been allowed.
By the way, when the cop stopped me, he was worried about people attacking me, not me attacking them. So that's also an important kind of distinction to make.
To fester here. And it's a country that's seen hate crimes rise 250% since 2015. A country that has seen lawlessness and the mob rule our streets. Two groups of people who have opposing views cannot enter at the same time to express those views in one place. What has become of this country? Conservatives believe that Parliament Hill must be safe and secure while remaining open and accessible to all, including those peacefully protesting. All points of view from all Canadians should be heard. That is their constitutional right, regardless of whether they are politically fashionable amongst the elites. The litmus test about recognizing a Palestinian state as the key to enter, in fact, is also the position of the Government of Canada and many of the Canadian allies, so I'm not sure what that was all about. Had the Conservative members of Parliament sought to access the House of Commons, our place of work on Saturday would have been denied access because we would not or could not have satisfied that ideological test, even though members are free to access the parliamentary precinct, and that is a well-established privilege of Parliament. The House of Commons Procedure and Practice, the third edition, explains that on page 107 that, quote, in order to fulfill their parliamentary duties, members should be able to go about their parliamentary business undisturbed. And continuing on page 110, Boscan-Gagnon write, quote, incidents involving physical obstruction such as traffic barriers, security cordons, and union picket lines, either impeding members' access to the parliamentary precinct or blocking their free movement within the precinct, as well as occurrences of physical assault, have been found to be prima facie in a case of privilege. So, as also explained on paragraph 15 of the 66th report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs tabled in April of 1999, quote, one of the privileges of members of this House of Commons is the right to unimpeded access to Parliament and the parliamentary precincts. Members are entitled to go about their parliamentary business undisturbed. This privilege dates back to at least the early 18th century, and it is part of the heritage of all legislative bodies and trace their origins to the British parliamentary tradition. It is based on the preeminent right of the House to attendance and to the service of its members. Any obstruction of members constitutes a breach of privilege and the contempt of the House, end quote. The point was repeated in the same committee's 26th report tabled in May of 2012, quote, as a part of parliamentary privilege, members of this House of Commons have the right of unimpeded and unfettered access to the parliamentary precincts and are entitled to go about their parliamentary duties and functions undisturbed without any form of interference, end quote. Joseph Mangot makes the simple point that in his parliamentary privilege in Canada's second edition at page 176 that, quote, no impediment should be placed on the member in going about his parliamentary business, whether in the House or on the way to the House or while on his way home. Further down on the same page, he wrote, quote, since Parliament Hill has always been a public place, restricting the movement of the general public on grounds we would probably be considered excessive, end quote. To punctuate that point, he added a footnote, footnote 47, which reads, quote, there is little, if any, restriction on the grounds of Parliament Hill, even during the 1970 October crisis, end quote. Shortly following Pierre Trudeau's invocation of the War Measures Act, the former Standing Committee on Procedure and Organization recommended in its second report presented to this House in March 1971, quote, your committee believes that the main problem in connection with security on Parliament is to strike reasonable balance between the importance of allowing the public ready access to the House of Commons on one hand and the necessity of preserving the security of the House on the other. Your committee was governed at all times by the belief that Parliament should not be isolated from the people as a result of exaggerated security measures, and that it is important in a democratic society that members of Parliament should continue to have direct communications with the public. Consequently, your committee has conducted that whatever security measures are provided, it must be reasonable and consistent with the right of the public to come to Parliament. It's not easy to reconcile these two imperatives, but your committee feels that the balance should always be in favor of permitting the public reasonable and proper access to Parliament without intruding on in any obvious way on the undoubted rights of citizens to approach Parliament, end quote. That just sounds like common sense to me, Mr. Speaker. The Canadians who elect us have a right to come to Parliament and make their voices heard, and yet it seems that they've been chucked out the window in favor of a shocking news that ideological purity tests are now needed to access Parliament Hill, a very high impediment that is being imposed. And in short, the ideological test that Conservative MPs and some even Liberal MPs and many, many Canadians in this case would fail to pass, blocking politicians, especially opposition politicians, from accessing the legislature.
It's very funny how pro-Palestinians are protesting on October 7th, claiming it's a whole year of genocide, but they claim that it's been going on longer than October 7th. Like WTF. Also, I'm sorry about Prismo VG. He was an amazing vegan cat.
Well, thank you. Yeah, somebody in chat asked, when did he die? He died today, just a few hours ago. Well, thanks. Yeah, these pro-Palestinian protesters, they're just completely and utterly full of shit. They make crap up, they make ahistorical claims, they lie constantly. That's the only way they can promote their just overall agenda. There's no true historical way of looking at all the facts, figures, and coming to the conclusion that Israel's committed a genocide and oppressed Palestinian people for 75 years. That just hasn't happened. What's hilarious too is Egypt controlled Gaza for quite a while, and Jordan controlled the West Bank for like, what, at least 2 decades? And did they ever give Palestinians their own state? No. Like, it's so ridiculous how the blame is always, put on Israel. It's just complete and utter nonsense. Thanks for the donation, though, Will Mage. Masterpiece donated $2. You said Trump ain't going to do anything. Here's an update introducing the man who knows all about who Trump will point to tackle it if Trump becomes president. RFK Jr. It's RFK Jr., right? 217.
And they will be tasked with releasing all of the remaining documents pertaining to the assassination of President John F. Kennedy. Also conduct a rigorous review of the attack last month. But I tell you, I have never had more people ask me, please, sir, release the documents on the Kennedy assassination. About toxins in our environment and pesticides in our food. That's why today I'm repeating my pledge to establish a panel of top experts working with Bobby to investigate what is causing the
RFK Jr. is literally the worst possible person you could get to do this type of shit. Thanks for that donation, though, Masterpiece.
Which they were elected to plainly plainly represent their constituents is undemocratic and un-Canadian, and it's the sort of thing that dictatorships do, Mr. Speaker. So to be sure, Mr. Speaker, I'm not going to lay any blame on the constable who was seen in the video. Indeed, I don't hold any single frontline member of this service responsible. They would have simply been following directions decided much higher up. Conjuring up political ideological tests for accessing Parliament is not something you would expect any single constable to have simply freelanced. So it certainly comes from somewhere. Subsection 79.52 of Parliament of Canada Act explains that, quote, the Speaker and the Senate and of the Senate and the Speaker of the House are, as custodians of powers, of privileges, rights, and immunities for their respective House and of members of those houses responsible for services, end quote. You, sir, are responsible for that service. And subsection 79.54 of the same Act adds, quote, the Director shall lead the integrated security operations throughout the parliamentary precinct and Parliament Hill under the joint general policy direction of the Speaker of the Senate and the Speaker of the House, end quote. And beyond the matter of any policy directions that you may or may not have given, it is important to understand that Section 79.55 of the Act vests responsibility for, quote, the physical security services throughout the parliamentary precinct.
Feel better soon. Send some tarded vids later. All right, well, looking forward to it, Julington. Curious $22. Weird how this guy still doesn't know your name. His email is listed on his Facebook page. Oh. Yeah. Yeah, I saw him there at the protest. I think I shot a glimpse of him on my own camera. Yeah, I can't remember if I talked to him directly. I was talking to a few people there who were filming. Thanks for the donation, though, Curious. Ryan Webb $22. I didn't know of this incident in '06 where terrorists killed Israelis and dipped their hands in the blood to show out the window. Then Hamas supporters memorialized this with red paint yesterday. Whoa.
Hello everyone, it's Charlie Veach here. Very sad day today. It's October 7th, exactly 1 year since the massacre, the murders in southern Israel by Hamas. Now, to give the video you're about to watch context, because it is quite dramatic, and to understand why I was quite angry at them, today's a day of mourning, a day of remembering the victims, their families, and obviously the 100 hostages, including babies and young children still held by Hamas. And outside the Barclays offices, a bunch of the usual suspects LARPing as their favorite tunnel-dwelling, child-raping terrorists. They took it a new level today. They came out with red hands, which is obviously reminiscent of the year 2000 Ramallah lynching, when 2 Israeli soldiers, or police, I forget, got lost, ended up being detained by Palestinian police in the West Bank in Ramallah. A big horde of aggressive men realized that they had 2 Israeli.
How come you didn't make a complaint against that cop right then and there? Well, I was confused on how to do it. I found their website, and I'm going to send an email and inquire about making a complaint. Like, you didn't even think about taking any action or really think about it too much until the clip went viral. Are you just used to cops being stupid and getting away with it? Well, yeah. Pretty goddamn used to it at this point. I've been falsely arrested twice. So, yeah. Pretty fucking used to it at this point. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Israelis detained in the police station, and they went in there, beat them to death, lynched them, and did unspeakable things to their bodies. And here you can see the glee of Aziz Salah, who was in his 20s at the time, showing the crowd, who were then cheering like crazy, the blood of the Israeli, the red hand, the blood of the Israeli.
Rip Prismo, love you, bro. Very sorry. Wish I could do something. Long live Prismo. Finn can come in. Are you getting another kitty? No, not planning on getting another kitty anytime soon. If I find a stray cat on the side of the road or something, maybe, but I don't think I'm gonna go bother adopting another cat. For the time being. You know, we still got BMO. I don't know, maybe, like, she's really good friends with Faye, and they play all the time. I don't think she really needs another kitty friend. But, you know, we'll see. We'll see how she gets along. I'd personally rather not get another cat right now, but, what's it called? If BMO is really affected by Prismo being gone and she seems sad, I'll consider it.
Plural, sorry, the red hands. And that's all I want to say. Enjoy the video.
Good morning, everyone.
Welcome to Manchester on the anniversary of the disgusting October 7th attacks, 2023. 1 year later, and they're here doing their thing.
The bloodshed.
Yeah, dude, it really shows you, like, what these people actually want. Like, they're doing this, and then they're claiming they want peace? Like, clearly not. They just want to kill Jews. Like, these people are just sick fucks. Like, and it's especially insane that the fucking Canadian police are protecting these people. But, thanks for the donation, Ryan. I didn't know that. Now I have some... Yeah, if I ever see that shit in public, I'll, you know and be able to call it out.
Of Parliament Hill, delivered by the PPS, the RCMP, and the RCMP. In fact, the director of the PPS
never got a
is
hold of
required
Frank.
by subsection 79.56 of the Act to be a member of the RCMP.
I technically have a P.O. box, but it's not one that I'd want to give out because it's too close to home.
The whole reason these Hamas supporters deny that Jewish people are being killed in Gaza is just white racism, let's face it.
Don't know if I'd call it white racism, but it's definitely anti-Semitism. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Subsection 5 of the Royal Canadian Mounted Police Act makes quite clear that the Liberal cabinet appoints the RCMP's top boss, and the commissioner, quote, who under the direction of the minister has control and management of the force and all matters connected to the force, end quote. At the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, this boils down to one essential question. Was the direction to require the Parliamentary Protective Service to apply a political litmus test to anyone seeking access to Parliament Hill this past weekend a general policy direction which you approved, or was it the direction of the Minister of Public Safety in relation to his control of the RCMP, which is responsible for physical security of the Hill? No matter how you cut it, which Liberal made the decision of ideological tests of political points of view are shocking and unacceptable and an impediment to members of Parliament who must have free and ready access to the parliamentary precinct at all times, not to mention all Canadians that should be able to come on the Hill at all times on all issues. Should you agree, Mr. Speaker, that this is a prima facie case of privilege, I intend to move a motion to refer this matter to the Procedure and House Affairs Committee for investigation. By allowing for this issue to be studied in committee, it will allow for those key questions to be answered. Who gave the directive? Was it you, Mr. Speaker, or was it the Minister of Public Safety who approved this ideological test for...
No, it's white racism. The Jewish people are generally light-skinned and the Muslims are pooks, so that's why they defended it, because these SJWs just hate whites.
They're clearly making a distinction between Jews and white people, so... I think it's just plain old anti-Semitism, and maybe them being lighter-skinned plays into it, but it's anti-Semitism. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
For Parliament Hill access, and whether ideological tests have been approved in Hill access before this time. These are very important issues. They are very important concerns, and Parliament stands for free speech in its very name. The grounds which surround our building ought to stand equally for free speech and not a safe speech bubble, or for some speech, or for acceptable speech, even worse, and reserved only for those opinions that are shared with the government or shared with elites or fashionable at the time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
You're here.
I thank the honourable member for her intervention. I see that the honourable member from New Westminster Burnaby is rising on his feet on the same matter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as our practice, I'm asking for consideration to review the blues and potentially come back in the next day or two on this issue.
And I see that the honourable member from Kingston and the Islands is also rising on a similar matter.
Likewise, Mr. Speaker, we would like the opportunity.
Can I just say, by the way, how awesome it is you managed to stir up an entire congressional hearing over the fact you went to try and debate people? Can I just say good job, good sir. Incredibly well done.
Yeah, it's funny how I stirred up enough shit to create a congressional hearing over it. I never would have expected this outcome. Thanks for the donation, Tyler.
Opportunity to review and come back to you in timely fashion.
And I can assure all members, and especially the member from Thornhill who raised this question of privilege, that I look forward to getting back to the House as soon as possible once the other interventions are made. I wish to inform the House that because of the deferred recorded divisions, government orders will be extended by 12 minutes. Alors, je désire informer la Chambre qu'en raison du vote par appel nominal différé, les ordres émanant du gouvernement seront prolongés de 12 minutes. Je désire aussi aviser la Chambre que le volume des oreillettes sera maintenant réinitialisé. Les députés qui utilisent leurs oreillettes en ce moment devront réajuster le volume. I wish to inform the House.
You gonna get more protests in the future? Yeah, if there's something similar going on like that, then yeah.
That the volume of the earpieces will now be reset. Members using their earpiece at this time will have to readjust the volume.
Blackie donated $2. What's going on with Prismo? He died earlier today because he had acute kidney damage. He was in kidney failure, and there was no way to treat it. Thanks for the donation, though, Blackie. Masterpiece donated $2. Please just watch the RFK speech I sent you. JFK has been researching what's causing people's illness for years. Can't afford to keep convincing you to watch. Very low on money. If you don't watch, you will see action will be taken if Trump is president.
Millions and millions of Americans who want clean air, clean water, and a health. Establish a panel, top experts, facing chronic health problems, autoimmune. We want every child in America to grow up and to live a long and healthy. So I just want to ask Bobby to speak for a little while. We've been on this. Thank you. Few hours after the assassination attempt at Biden.
No, the MP didn't get back to me yet, but sent her an email. They did, like, they are talking about it in Parliament, or not Parliament, House of Commons right now.
Butler. I got a call from a safe food advocate named Kelly Means, who's been fighting for many years to try to end the corruption at CDC and FDA and USDA. And these institutions, these regulatory agencies, are actually run by the big food processing companies, the big ag and the chemical companies that they're supposed to regulate. And he said to me that he'd been advising me for many years and on my campaign. And he told me that night that he was also advising President Trump.
What's the deal with the really shitty quality on the stream?
Maybe if you go to Anther one of these protests, try to ask these SJWs rhetorically specking that is how they feel about white people, so that why we can know for sure whether or not it's white racism.
I don't think I'm gonna bother if there's no, like, you know, relevant context in which to bring that up. But, thanks for the donation, Dodo. Dodo donated $2, one of Trudeau's best moments.
If everything we discuss is then leaked to the paper, that's not appropriate. 而且我们也不是那样进行的。
And that's not how the way the conversation was
如
conducted.
果有诚心，咱们就用一个互相尊重的态度来进行很好的沟通。
If there is
否则这个结果就不好说了。
if
In
there is
Canada, we
sincerity
believe
on
in
your part,
free and open and frank dialogue, and that is what we will continue to have. We will continue to look to work constructively together, but there will be things we will disagree on, and we will have
有些可以建设性，但是
创造条件，创造条件。
Let's create the conditions first.
好，好，报纸正确。
Yeah, like, Trudeau definitely doesn't cave to radical dictators like Trump does. So that's one thing you can say about Trudeau. Watch this amazing story. Let me see.
Of the aircraft is an aisle seat, and there was a flight attendant that came toward me, and the man that was sitting in the seat right beside me across the aisle, he yells at her in a voice that's a little bit frightening, a little bit like unnecessary, and he said to the flight attendant, "No, it's not his, leave it alone." And she said, "Well, whoever it is, you need to put it in the seat in front of you before we take off." The man who owned it came from the bathroom and walked straight ahead, picked up the briefcase, and put it in the seat in front of him. Owned that briefcase, and he was standing in the aisle, and he was holding guns and grenades. The flight attendant eventually came on, and she said, "We were being hijacked by the Egypt Revolution, and if you do what you are told, you will not get hurt." And the people were whispering to one another, and someone said, "I think we're in Malta." The hijacker comes out of the cockpit, and they start to release some people that were injured. Not very many, but a few. And the hijacker yells out, "Nitzan Mendelsohn." Well, she's one of the Israeli women, and that was on board. And she thought because everyone was being released, she was also being released. So she came up just fine. She walked up, and she had her purse with her, and she was going out the aircraft, and the hijacker takes a gun and shoots her in the head.
Jeez.
And he hollered out the next Israeli woman's name. We figured out as the time went on that they were waiting 15 minutes. And if their demands were not met, they came and shot someone. 15 minutes after the Israeli woman had been shot, hijackers started to come toward me. And they take me and Scarlett out of our seats, and they walk us to the front of the aircraft. They motion us to put our hands behind our backs, and they start to tie our hands. Now, I look over to the right, and there are 3 empty seats. It's the bulkhead area facing the cockpit. And they immediately put Patrick on the aisle seat. So I scoot over to the window, and Scarlett was in the middle, and then Patrick remained on the aisle. 15 minutes later, they came after Patrick. And I knew we had 15 minutes. Were tied. So at that time, I just started to relax, and I looked up, and there was Omar Mohammed Rizak coming out of the cockpit, and we on the aircraft knew every time he came out, negotiations had failed, and he came for somebody. He pulls the trigger, and I felt this. I felt the bullet and enter my head, and it felt like my brain had just exploded.
Wow, she
And as I was
survived a
hitting the
gunshot wound to the
staircase,
head.
I felt like I was floating in the air. And then I hit something hard, and I had hit the tarmac. I'd hit the runway. I just started to take deep breaths, got that under control, and then I just started to play dead. I knew the hijackers were right up above the cockpit, or at least the head hijacker, so I knew that he could be watching me. Now, I was there for about 5 hours. At one point, I hear a vehicle come near my body.
Holy fuck.
Very gently and very carefully, I squinted my eyes open, and that's when I saw some black pant legs move toward me. So I thought these were the hijackers. And then they lift me up and put me inside a van. And the man on the right doesn't like looking at the bullet in my head, so he takes my body and he just flips me over. And when he did that, I gasped for air. And he starts to scream and yell, "She's alive, she's alive." And I'm waiting for the gunshot to hit me and to kill me off. And nothing happens. Now, I'm on my back playing dead, even though they know I'm alive. And I kept thinking to myself, what do I do? What do I do? What do I do? I'm listening to their voices, and I thought, these aren't the hijackers' voices at all. So I took a chance, and I opened my eyes. And I said to the man next to me, "Are you the good guys or the bad guys?" And the man next to me leaned over. He says, "Honey, we're the medics, and you're going to be okay." Turns out it was an ambulance. The hijackers had allowed the medics to come take away all the bodies on...
That's crazy. That is an insane story. She got shot in the fucking head, fell off a fucking plane, landed on the tarmac, and was lying there for 5 hours. And she survived. That is nuts. Alright. Let's see. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
The real question is though, if it really is white racism, why do these SJWs hate white people so much, especially when a majority of them are white?
It is not uncommon for people to hate their own race. It's much more common than you'd think. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
VG, tell me a story. What happened to MH370?
I don't know what MH370 is, but thanks for the donation, CAC. Curious donated $2. Watched your interview with Northwest Cavalryman. Do you have the link to the video with the cop and Rebel Media? Did you also record the interview with the Toronto Sun journalist? No, I just talked to him over the phone. Yeah.
From around Ottawa.
They would be, saying to stop terrorism, but they're only talking about Israel. So I would ask them, like, what do they think about Hamas? I'd share some of my point of view, and I was open and honest with everybody. I was wearing a shirt that explicitly stated that I am in support of Israel. So I was just asking basic questions like, what do you think of Hamas? Do you support the October 7th attack? Some of the people there, I just asked them to explain their sign, what it meant, because there were some communists there. And I thought that was a little strange. There were even people waving around Che Guevara flags. Not everybody was interested in talking to me. I was only able to get a few interviews, but the few people that didn't have the most productive conversations with the pro-Palestine protesters anyway. As soon as you say anything that kind of defeats their narrative of Israel committing a genocide, they usually just clam up and then, refuse to talk to you. Yeah, that was an all right interview. The guy seems like a pretty decent dude. I do have the Rebel Media clip. Give me a second. Yeah, we can watch that real quick on stream. But yeah, I didn't record the interview I had with the Toronto Sun journalist. We talked over the phone. Thanks for the donation, Curious. Aaron P. donated $2. Please make a remembrance video for Prismo. If not for you, do it for us. Joined 3 years ago and Prismo was there. I've made a remembrance video of my Cleo. She died in 2015. Rip Prismo. Oh.
Cleo.
Poor kitty. Oh. It's really sad. These animals really deserve to live forever. They're just sweet, pure of heart. All they want is like cuddles and food.
Cleo.
Yeah, it's too bad. Thanks for the donation, Aaron. I might do that.
The fact that they were cumsnets just shows how much garbage cumsnum truly is.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, if communists are there supporting the October 7th attack, it does say a lot about communists. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
And he asked if I would talk to President Trump. And I said, of course. And about a few minutes later, I got a call from the president. And we talked. We had a very good talk. And then he invited me to come see him the next day. And I went to Minneapolis and saw him. We met again a couple of weeks later in Florida. And we talked not about the things that separate us, because we don't agree on everything, but on the
M370 is the Malaysia plane that went missing. Remember that? I don't really have any thoughts on that. Didn't they just hit a mountain somewhere? There was like some navigation issue and they just flew into a mountain when it was like cloudy or something.
values and the issues that bind us together. And one of the issues that he talked about was having safe food and ending the chronic disease epidemic.
So are they going to ban McDonald's? No, of course not. They're not going to do anything.
It's not a lot, but hopes it helps with vet bills. I am very sorry for your loss. I have 4 vegan cats myself. Just spent some money weeks ago going to the vet. Asleep again last night, didn't get to see you react to Dr. Ammon Hillman. Had to get up at 5:15.
Well, thank you. I really appreciate that. Think I spent about $1,200 on Prismo this week. It's not, it's not the worst, but, it's not great. But, I'm not going to have to spend any more vet bills on Prismo. Anymore, unfortunately. Yeah, like, I didn't have any other option. He was already in advanced kidney failure, so he wasn't gonna pull through. But thanks for the donation, El Vegan. Hope your animals stay healthy. Appreciate it again, man. I didn't watch the full interview with Amon Hillman, so you didn't miss much. We can still get through that tonight if you're up.
Our children are now the unhealthiest, sickest children in the world. Don't you want healthy children?
Don't you want healthy children? Don't you want healthy children? Don't you want healthy children? Don't you want healthy children? Don't you want healthy children? Don't you want healthy children? Don't you want healthy children? Don't you want healthy children? Don't you want healthy children? Don't you want healthy children? Don't you want healthy children? Don't you want healthy children? Don't you want healthy children? Don't you want healthy children? Don't you want healthy children? Don't you want healthy children? Don't you want healthy children? Don't you want healthy children? Don't you want healthy children? Don't you want healthy children? Don't you want healthy children? Don't you want healthy children? Don't you want healthy children? Don't you want healthy children? Don't you want healthy children? Don't you want healthy children? Don't you want healthy children? Don't you want healthy children? Don't you want healthy children? Don't you want healthy children
And don't you want...
Dylan Donateller, my favorite moment from your video. I already got over 1K views from the shorts from clipping your video. Just use Opus and fucking post shorts, dude. It's free exposure and money. Try it right now and stream. It's so easy.
What I wanted to say. And as I said again, I'm not a political analyst. Okay. Go and look at the news and Instagram and all that.
Analysis of
yeah, it's something I support.
Yeah.
I support this opinion.
We're
Thank
good.
you.
I suggest you do some more homework and analysis on your own, but you can leave us be at this point.
Okay, well, thank you for the interview. I really appreciate that. Didn't mean to upset anybody. I'm just here getting interviews, but thank you for your time. Okay, so I think that's a little strange that she'd say they're not a political analyst, they don't really know about any of the numbers or figures, but then claim that I need to do my own research. But again, what do you expect? These people are ideologues.
How many views did this get? 1K from the shorts. Yeah, I'll use Opus and make some shorts. Thanks for the donation, Dylan. Prismo was only 4 years old.
The chemicals out of our food.
Nutrition Made Simple channel debated with Ken Berry. That's interesting. That is very interesting.
Many viewers asked me to react.
Okay. I might react to that tonight. I don't know if we'll have enough time, but I might. Thanks for the donation,
And don't
Dylan.
you want the regulatory agencies to be free from corporate corruption? And that's what President Trump told me that he wanted. He also told me that he wanted to end the grip of the neocons on U.S. foreign policy. He said he didn't want any more $200 trillion Ukraine, that we could use that money back here in the United States.
No, we wouldn't be able to use that money in the United States because there's a thing called budgets. Most of the money we're sending to Ukraine, by the way, is in the form of weapons. It's not cash. Unless doctors and researchers are fine with getting paid in bombs, you're not going to be able to do that.
And the safest, the best way to build a safe America is to rebuild our industrial base and rebuild the middle class in this country. And don't you want a president who's going to get us out of the wars and who's going to rebuild the middle class in this country?
Trump is going to get us into more wars. Dylan $2, I posted like 6 of them and 2 got over 500 views and I have no subs, lol. Just put the link to your protest video and see. I'll save that link and I'll do it later. I don't want to do it on stream right now, but I'll do it later. Thanks for the donation, Dylan.
By the way, the only reason Jordan Peterson hasn't mentioned anything about the Parliament Hill thing is because Michaela fucking hates you, lol. Bro non-stop reposts shit like that and was shitting on the protests in Canada. I'm so fucking weak.
Yeah, I was actually expecting Jordan Peterson to post about that, but because he has such a close relationship with his daughter, I know for sure he knows who I am. There is no fucking way in hell he doesn't know who I am. I've also made several videos about him, which I'm pretty sure he's seen and didn't appreciate. So there's no fucking way that shit went viral on Twitter the way it did, and Jordan Peterson wouldn't have known about it. He's just not commenting or posting about it because he knows it's me. Thanks for the donation though, retard. Well, thanks, Vegan Wesker. I appreciate that. Yeah. Are you gonna bury Prismo or have him cremated? Keep him around? No. He's just getting communal cremation, and I'm not keeping any of the ashes. I don't see a point. It's just another additional expense, and it doesn't really do anything.
And he told me that he wanted to end the censorship because the whole basis of American democracy is the free flow of information. And we know that a government that can silence its opponents has license for any kind of atrocity. And can you think of any time that you can look back in history and say that the people who were censoring were the good guys? They're always the bad guys, because it's always the first step down that slippery slope to totalitarianism. And don't you want a president who's going to protect America's freedoms?
He's literally friends with all the big dictators. He also caused an insurrection. He's also claimed he's going to violate the Constitution. He's going to be dictator on day one. Like, this is some of the most retarded shit imaginable.
And who is going to protect us against totalitarianism? And I want to ask you again, don't you want a safe environment for your children? Don't you want to know that the food that you're feeding them is not filled with chemicals that are going to give them cancer and chronic disease? And don't you want a president that's going to make America healthy again? Thank you all very, very much, and God bless you, and God bless America.
Well, that's frightening. Apostate Prophet and David Wood are live streaming about Islamic hate for Jews. Perhaps you can consider... Are they taking call-ins?
Jews treated Muslims the way Muslims treat Jews. What are you laughing at? So,
like, they're not taking call-ins, so, you know, whatever.
2 de la loi sur la protection des renseignements.
Opportunity and the time and the speaker. I am truly honored to present in both official languages the 27th report of the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and International Development, which is entitled Enduring and Overcoming the Struggle of the
and was frequently resisted by our liberal colleagues, backed by independent senators, so that we still have not been able to get to the truth in committee. We fear.
On the point of order, however, the chair has.
In synagogues and boycotting of Jewish-owned business.
To determine whether someone with a mental illness will get better and.
Conservatives will continue to seek the truth about the $390 million that has gone to liberal insiders. We want to get to the.
This is another example. The taxpayers' money lack.
Souvenons-nous que l'histoire du. It is our responsibility to hold the government to account on behalf of taxpayers. Incredible is the rich are paying.
I'm sorry about Prismo, my brother. I'm sure wherever he is now, He's in better place. Been following your channel for long time and we've seen some good memories of Prismo. R.I.P.
Well, thank you, dude. It's been a really fucking hard day, but I'm sure I'll get over it. Thanks for the donation, guns blazing. Retards, donate $2. Please call these pro-Hamas, anti-vegan retards. Link in description.
It's just as real to them as it is real, objective reality is to a scientist. So
is it?
What I'm doing here is I'm suggesting that you can believe in a naturalistic God that emerges.
Prove anything supernatural.
For example, from our evolution.
So here's the problem, dude. They started this 56 minutes ago. I'm going to be like 20th in line for the call-ins. And they're not going to agree to take my call-in to debate Israel-Palestine because it doesn't even have anything to do with the topic for the call-in. So Professor Dave already saw my Instagram message. He looked at it, and he didn't respond back. So he's just not interested. And there's no realistic prospect that I'll be able to get into the call-in. And even if they do line me up, the hosts of the show do have a choice to just skip calls. They've done that to me before, so I'm not going to bother wasting my time. I'm going to be sitting here for an hour, if not more, waiting, and then they're just going to kick me off. Thanks for the donation, though, retards.
Right now that we get some clarity. The members on the other end who brought this up caused disruption.
I did not call any language unparliamentary.
Of privilege is because the Liberals were ordered by the House, by a majority of members in this House, after the Auditor General found $400 million. This is how the carbon tax
into the city of Edmonton regional housing, despite their desire.
All right.
Are you gonna watch the new Joker movie? It has a 33% on Rotten Tomatoes. I never really got all the hype with the first one, to be honest. Also, what's your favorite Guardian products?
No, I don't think I will ever watch the I don't think I'll ever watch the new Joker movie. I knew it was going to be terrible. The first one wasn't even that good to begin with. I thought it was pretty overrated. The only reason it ended up getting critically acclaimed is just because of Joaquin Phoenix's performance, but from there, for the sequel, they really needed to have Batman in it, and they didn't, so it was basically just pure fucking trash that's not worth watching. So, yeah, I'm never going to end up watching that movie. It's just fucking garbage. The first one wasn't even that good to begin with, and yeah, DC has no plan for any of their movies. I like the ultimate plant-based chicken fillets. I like the wings, the chicken wings. The barbecue and the buffalo are pretty good. I don't think I've tried the ultimate tenders yet. The turkey roast and stuffed turkey are really good. The breaded turkey cutlets are really good. The 7-grain crispy tenders are really good. I don't think I've tried the sweet and tangy barbecue wings. Not sure if I've seen that in stores yet. I also haven't seen the chicken strips, so I haven't tried that. Their ultimate burger, do they have it listed here? I don't know if they discontinued it, but their ultimate burger is really good. Oh, here we go. I think it's in here. Their bratwurst plant-based sausage is pretty good. Their meatballs are really good. They're probably some, like, if not the best meatballs I've had. I don't think I tried the Ultimate Black Bean Burger. Their Ultimate Burger's fantastic. That's one of my favorite. Their fish sticks are alright. I've tried their crab cakes. Those are kind of mid. Their, like, fish fillets are... They're pretty good. Haven't tried any of their meals. I haven't seen it in stores yet. And I haven't seen any of their soups. So those are my favorites from Gardein. Thanks for the donation, Bangoose.
I trolled r/x vegans today with my omnivore transformation. I was vegan in both photos, just a lot healthier. Comments are great.
Yeah, these people are kind of stupid. They sort of fall for anything. Thanks for the donation, Slav. Kamala Horror donated $2. Kamala went on a horror podcast.
Alex Cooper, host of the hit podcast Call Her Daddy, stirred controversy among her fan base over the weekend by featuring Vice President Kamala Harris in a surprise interview. Cooper, known for her candid conversations on sex and women's advice, faced criticism after posting a teaser on Instagram showing the VP discussing various issues. While some fans supported the move, a large portion of the Daddy Gang wasn't happy. One commenter wrote, "One of my favorite podcasts, and now I'll never listen again. Unbelievable." Another added, "Why did we have to get this political? Listening to your podcast was a nice escape from the constant politics." Frustration boiled over for some fans who felt Harris didn't address more pressing matters. They pointed out issues like the Biden administration's handling of illegal immigration and the aftermath of Hurricane Helene. One fan commented,
Democrats tried to pass a border bill. They couldn't because Trump blocked it, and they made an executive order, so they're clearly handling the border better than conservatives. And they've given all the aid they can to Hurricane Helene. The governor said, "Thank you for Biden for giving us all we need." Like, that's just a complete lie.
Ask her about what she's doing to help hurricane victims instead of vague talk about women's rights. During the interview, Harris did speak about tackling domestic violence, sharing a personal story of how her best friend's experience with abuse inspired her career as a prosecutor. Yet Harris failed to address the recent accusations against her husband, Doug Emhoff, who was recently accused of slapping an ex-girlfriend in 2012, a claim his spokesperson denied. Harris also took a sharp jab at her GOP opponent, Donald Trump, criticizing his Supreme Court appointments that led to the overturning of Roe v. Wade.
Once a horror, always a horror.
Now, there's even more proof, of course, that at the very least, the bare minimum, Kamala Harris is not black. It isn't just Janet Jackson. Take a listen to this first clip before we jump into the second one.
She was everybody's favorite Hindu Indian prosecutor. Now she becomes black, but you know, I met her daddy, fine gentleman, Professor Harris. And the problem with her being black is Professor Harris says he's Caucasian, mixed Irish and Hindu. He doesn't have any black ancestors, but his Irish ancestors owned a lot of slaves in
Kamala Harris parents. That guy looks pretty damn black to me. So... Family of Kamala Harris. Donald J. Harris, father of Kamala Harris. He is a Jamaican-American economist and professor emeritus at Stanford University. Is Judge Joe Brown, like, on fucking crack? Because according to the Wikipedia page, he's Jamaican. Thanks for the donation, though, Kamala Whore.
How does it feel to have met Rich Piana before he died? Did you expect him to die so soon? Only if he was a die-hard vegan.
Well, you know, it worked out that I met him before he died, so that was pretty good. I didn't think he was going to live long. Seeing him in person, he had horrible skin. Like, really, really bad skin. It doesn't show... Like, you can't really see it on video so well, but he had really, really bad skin, and that's usually a sign that somebody isn't particularly healthy. So, whatever drugs he was on, they weren't working well for him. Thanks for the donation, though, nigga nuts.
Foreign Affairs Minister 2 opportunities to condemn the increasingly common and terrifying anti-Semitic chants we hear in the streets. Israel will soon be gone. There is only one solution, Intifada revolution. Twice she refused to condemn those remarks. She continues to pander to Hamas supporters in the Liberal Party as part of her leadership campaign rather than doing her job. So I'll give her another chance. Will she publicly support Israel's right to retaliate against the tyrants of Tehran and the terrorists in Hezbollah and Hamas to protect itself? Yes or no?
The Honourable Minister for Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, if there's a day where we don't do politics about people's lives being taken or people being killed, it's today.
Hamas cuck. That is some Hamas cuck.
A year ago, the Jewish people were savagely attacked in the deadliest act of sadistic barbarism since the Holocaust. Over 1,200 souls were raped, murdered, and taken hostage by a radical death cult backed by the clerical regime in Tehran, 7 Canadians among them. 101 remain in the grips of terrorists hidden in the tunnels of hell. 1 year ago, the glory of living a peaceful and safe existence in this country as a Jew ended. They have placated the mob of woke radicals.
The honourable member from Thornhill is seeking unanimous consent.
Today marks the first and extremely dark anniversary of October 7th, when terrorists carried out the worst attack on Jews since the Holocaust. And after consultation with parties, if you seek it, you will find unanimous consent for the following motion: that this House unequivocally reaffirms Israel's right to defend itself from the terrorists who attack it, expresses support for the victims of October 7th and their families and the people of Israel, that calls for the immediate release of the 101 hostages still being held captive, condemns the grotesque rise in anti-Semitism and hate towards Jews in Canada over the past year, and condemns Hamas and Hezbollah as terrorist entities which must be eliminated. Thank you.
Pretty based. It's funny how the Conservative Party are the only ones standing up for Jews.
Hey VG, are you planning on getting DB's Sparking 0, Black Ops 6, or Mario Party Jamboree? All these games come out this month. I was planning on watching Joker 2, but I heard it sucked, so I'ma watch The Wild Robot instead this weekend. Also Venom 3?
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna watch Venom 3. I am gonna get Black Ops 6. Is DBZ Sparking 0 out? Tenth. Okay, so 3 days. There's some pre-release reviews saying it's good. I'll wait until it releases. Yeah, typical. I love it when there's random people who complain about no ultra-wide support. Who the what kind of fucking retard would get an ultra-wide monitor? Like, they're literally trash. They actually fucking suck. They're super, like, narrow, but really long. And they're just usually not a good fucking aspect ratio to play most games in. So I don't know why the fuck anyone buys those pieces of shit. And then if you want to do, like, any normal shit on your computer, it's always, like, super awkward. Like, there's either a lot of empty space or you have to have multiple things open, and then the scaling is kind of weird. The better thing to do is just to get a really large monitor, and then if you want to play in an ultra-wide resolution, you can. So I don't know why people don't do that. It's just dumb. But yeah, I might get DBZ Sparking Zero if it's good. Definitely getting Black Ops 6, though. Thanks for the donation, Spooky Season.
Rest in peace, Prim Prim. You gave him a good life, and that's all a meow cat could want.
Yeah, it's sad that he's gone, but, you know, he had a good life. We all gotta go sometime. Thanks for the donation, Gigliardo.
Jamaican is a nationality, not a race. You can be white and still be Jamaican.
I guess the guy looks black to me. It might be like mixed black, but the guy looks black to me. Thanks for the donation, Kid Boo. Dodo $9, could you imagine? Let me see. Unconfirmed reports that the missing Iranian General Ismail Khani was actually a Mossad agent, and he is now in Israel. Holy shit. For real? Dude, that would be fucking insane. Bruh. If that's true, that is fucking brilliant. Explosions heard near the Isfahan nuclear facility in Iran. Something's also on fire. That would not surprise me. Israel's fucking some shit up. 60 Minutes interview of Kamala just released. Can we watch? No. It's not available in my country, and if you give me some other kind of link, it's gonna copyright block the stream. 60 Minutes doesn't let people react to stuff on stream. Thanks for that donation, though, Dodo.
Play the good stuff.
Shalom lo boy na boy, Im Hashem lo yishmari, Shov shokat shoim bed, Im Hashem lo yirne bayis. Shalom lo boy na boy, Im Hashem lo yishmari, Shov shokat shoim bed, Im Hashem lo yirne bayis. Shalom lo boy na boy, Im Hashem lo yishmari, Shov shokat shoim bed. Hine lo yonum, lo yonum velo yishon, lo yonum velo yishon, shoymei Yisroel. Hine lo yonum, velo yishon, lo yonum velo yishon, shoymei Yisroel. Hine lo yonum, velo yishon, lo yonum velo yishon, shoymei Yisroel. Hine lo yonum. Lo yonum velo yishon, lo yonum velo yishon, shoymei Yisroel.
Excellent. Thanks for the donation, Supreme Jewish Commander.
I like the guy with the white shirt and the hat the most. Best voice.
I can't really tell who's singing in a thing like that, but thanks for the donation, Supreme Jewish Commander.
Fuck you, nigga. I've put up with a lot of horse shit takes, but you've crossed a line with the ultra-wide hate. Obviously people complaining about lack of support are retarded, but you obviously haven't used your racing sim on an ultra-wide. I'm unsubbing.
Why would I play a racing sim on an ultra-wide monitor? Yeah, you get more field of view, but it's also like a super fucking thin dumbass screen, so... Like it's just dumb. Everybody who does racing sims, like seriously, they just use 3 monitors. There's no reason to use an ultra-wide monitor. It's fucking dumb. Just get 3 large screens, and then that way you have a way better field of vision than basically squinting, but with like a, you know, a wide horizontal field of view, but you have like no vertical field of view. So you're like looking through a slit. It's stupid. Thanks for the donation though, retard. Just found out about Prismo. Sorry about what happened, man. We had some great times seeing him on here. Yeah. It's still just a big shock that he's gone. It just happened out of nowhere. Like, he was a really young cat and just out of nowhere had kidney failure.
I think we can kind of agree at this point here that now you...
So this is the cop that kicked me off or wouldn't let me on Parliament Hill.
You've gotten footage, you've talked to people, you got a bunch of interviews and stuff like that? Yeah?
Yeah, I got footage, I got a bunch of interviews, that's true.
Yeah, so can we just kind of head over back to the other side now?
I'll make that decision when I want to.
Okay.
President Sunday donated $2. Can you challenge this bitch to a debate? He is pro-Hamas and anti-vegan, and he said he'd debate you in a previous stream.
The new Italian famous
here we
dresses a
go.
hobbit and has written Middle-earth fan fiction. And she looks like an evil cunk on Earth.
So last week I made a video talking about why just like the worst people like franchises and book series like the Dune books, and we mainly focused on Elon Musk, but we also focused on the different interpretations.
If he blames vegan gains, are you willing to debate me on whether or not Israel's committing a genocide? Apropos of what? When? Come on, call in. Let's have a quick chat. We'll sort that out.
Of the Dune book, in contrast with Frank Herbert's own conservative libertarian politics. And yeah, go check that out if you're interested. I did say in that video that I would do a Lord of the Rings video. Now I have...
How do I call in? You can just join the server and come into the stage, or the waiting... It's called the stage? It's called the waiting room. Waiting room channel. I don't even know my own bloody server.
Actually done a fair few Lord of the Rings videos talking about Lord of the Rings and fascism. And with Dune, you don't find as large a fascist fan base as you do with Lord of the Rings, and it's actually long been a favourite of fascists because of basically the world.
I'm grabbing another beer. I'll be back when Vegan Gains is here, I'm sure. Random. Very random.
Why the fuck? How do you, find a channel on Discord? Because the fucking link isn't working. How is that an invalid link? Okay, that's great.
In case this gets shouty, I just closed a couple doors. What the fuck is in my chat?
I'll send the tarded vids later VG like I said, so let's watch old video of some terrorists fucking around and finding out, and remember VG, you're not a pro-Pal and not a Muslim, so that should make you feel nice.
Give me a second, I'm
It says
trying...
invalid link. Hang on, I'll update it. Alright, try refreshing. I'll put a link in the chat. I'm probably going to regret it though because of whatever the hell that bot was. What are the odds that shows up as soon as you do?
Okay, I don't know if I should play that on stream, but very based. Thanks for the donation, Bootycam. Oh, there we go. Oh my god. What in the fuck? It's saying fucking invalid link again. And oh my god. Bro. It keeps saying fucking invalid link. Oh, there we go. Which channel did you say to go in?
Vegan Gains in yet? Oh, Cal, you're not modded yet. Hang on, let's fix that.
Oh my god. And now we changed the chat to fucking members only mode. Oh, what an idiot. I can't join the any voice channel yet because
Wow,
I have to
even
wait
the,
10 minutes.
That's interesting.
What a fucking genius.
That's interesting. It's slowing down considerably. Wow. Why? Adrian Fraser, thanks for the 10 gifted memberships. Vegan Gains, if you want to come in, I've put another link in. Here, I'll put it in again, and I'll pin it. It's not letting me pin it because the whole thing's lagging. What the? This is so frustrating. Invaders in, thank you for the 20 gifted memberships. Much appreciated. Place pin message. There we go. The Discord invite is now at the top. Can't join voice. Okay, we'll just call here. Sorry for that. Heidi ho, it is you. How about that?
Hey, how's it going,
Heidi-ho,
dude?
it is you. How about that? Oh, I am doing just swell. To what do I owe the pleasure?
Apparently you're pro-Palestine. Someone told me you think Israel's committing a genocide. And people from my chat said it'd be good to debate you on the topic.
Why? Just out of curiosity, I have no objections. I'd want to prepare a little bit, but why now and why? Period.
Well, My chat just suggested.
Okay. Is that a typical vegan thing, is defending the massacre of tens of thousands of civilians?
Well, if it's not a massacre of civilians and it's a legitimate military operation, then yeah.
Not a massacre of civilians? What percentage of the dead do you think are civilians?
Think Israel is estimating there are 16 to 18,000 Hamas casualties, with the remaining 40,000-ish, deaths being from civilians. So it'd be somewhere between 22, 24,000.
Uh-huh. That seems high. Seems like a lot of civilians to militants.
No, not for urban warfare.
Not for urban warfare? Okay.
So when you calculate the total number of civilians in the area versus the total number of militants, and you do a militant to civilian casualty ratio, the ratio doesn't approach anywhere near what could be considered targeting of civilians or indiscriminate bombing.
I mean, have you seen the images of Gaza? There's 2 million people right now who are without food and dying.
There are not 2 million people who are without food because Israel's facilitating aid. So no, there's not 2 million people without food.
Israeli minister said it may be moral to starve 2 million. Last month, 6th.
That's great. They're not starving.
Okay. Why would you say that?
Well, what? There's only been somewhere in the 40s for total starvation deaths since the beginning of the war. And if you actually
how have you? Okay, hang on, slow down. Since the beginning of the war. First of all, I'm not entirely certain how one could possibly establish this. My understanding is they haven't even figured out how many bodies are under the rubble. But let's run with that. The nature of starvation is it typically starts to happen when everybody's homeless and out of food. So what's happening right now is they have very, very little food to feed the population. The population is going to get sicker and sicker and sicker, hungrier and hungrier and hungrier. You're going to see these deaths over a period of time. And you're going to see a whole host of complications in the people who are not killed. And once again, you have 2 million people who have been displaced from their homes with no safe water, or even water at all in some cases. I'm just confused as to what the point of this is. Like, is it to establish that technically the numbers don't lie or go vis-a-vis concordantly? It's okay, guys. Technically, Israel didn't commit a genocide TM when they displaced 2 million people and killed half of 100,000 civilians.
What do you mean by displaced 2 million people?
I mean, they blew up their homes and they don't have any homes to go to.
So about 50% of structures within Gaza are standing and are structurally sound.
50% of structures in one of the densest civilian centers in the world is still.
And
fantastic.
By the way, again, Israel is facilitating humanitarian aid, and they're bringing in things like tents, temporary shelters.
Okay.
So
Great.
it's
Are they bringing in enough? Are they intimating in various public places that actually they have intentions to remove those people, that they may be moral, for example, to starve them anyway? It's completely apropos of nothing, just as a little intellectual exercise.
I don't really care what any one particular Israeli politician has said. What I care about
I am just
there's
perplexed though as to why this would be a thing anyone in a position of power in Israel would feel the impetus to say. This is the finance minister. It's not nobody, right?
Okay, well, I'm pretty sure the finance minister doesn't really have much to do with the facilitation of humanitarian aid.
You don't think that? I'm actually in the dark about this, but when I think finance minister, I think someone who's probably well networked in with the economics of the Israeli government. I would imagine he would, at the very least, his words would carry some weight on something pertaining to the distribution of aid for a population of millions of people.
What was the exact quote from the finance minister?
Quote, "It may be just and moral to starve 2 million Gaza residents until Israeli hostages are returned, but no one in the world would let us."
Okay.
You know,
And when did he make that claim?
that would have been last month.
Okay.
Or not last month, it's October now, isn't it? That would have been in August.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that's enough for you
nothing
to
has to
confirm
do with whether or
that
not it's
there's mass starvation? A quote from a finance minister.
Nope. I've been reading stuff on and off for the last little while, not prepping for a debate, talking about the integrated food security phase classification. Famine is imminent. Guardian. Israel condemned for saying starvation of millions might be justified and moral. Oh, I need to not look up starving because it's switching to that quote. Food situation in Gaza. Let's see if that turns up anything. According to Norwegian Refugee Council, data analysis by organizations working in Gaza has found that as a consequence of the Israeli government's obstruction of aid, 83% of required food aid does not make it into Gaza, from 34% in 2023. This means people in Gaza have gone from having an average of 2 meals a day to having just 1 meal every other day. An estimated 50,000 children aged between 6 to 59 months urgently require treatment for malnutrition by the end of the year.
Okay, that's quite a claim because it was calculated pre-war that the average Gazan civilian was getting 2,800 calories per day, or there was enough food coming in to reach 2,800 calories per day.
Pre-war?
Pre-war.
Okay, so that's pre-war.
Right, that's pre-war.
Right.
And there should be enough
Guardian,
food
1 in 5
trucks
households in
in
Gaza go whole days without food, draft UN report says.
Okay, and
maybe they're lying, I don't know. Take it up with the UN.
Yeah, because the UN doesn't lie. But there
the
daily
IDF never
average
lies? What's the
daily the daily working average for food trucks coming in is nearly 200.
Wow.
I'm pretty sure
200 food trucks. What's the capacity of those? Just out of curiosity.
I'm not sure, but I remember it being calculated that it's close to the food that was coming into Gaza, human food, not including like pet food. And it's reaching nearly as much as what was coming in pre-war.
Okay, so why is everybody saying that whole families are going days without food? 1 in 5 households in Gaza go whole days without food.
What's the quote?
1 in 5 households in Gaza go whole days without food. Draft UN report says.
Okay, I'd have to look at that.
3 months ago.
Okay,
Yeah.
well, I'd have to look at that report.
I'm just a little bit. It's strange to be so
calculated.
passionate about this topic. If I'm not following this with a laser focus. I find it incredibly depressing. But it's just strange that you would, be soliciting debates on this topic specifically when you're not aware of, for example, UN reports on the subject. It seems to me to be one of the
So
few things
you realize, even if that
There's
figure
a can
were
on
true,
your floor, by the way, just so you know.
Yeah, even if 1 out of 5 families are, I don't know, starving or something, that doesn't actually mean aid isn't being facilitated. It could be that aid is having trouble getting to certain areas in Gaza. We also know for a fact that Hamas is commandeering these food trucks, and they're stealing the food and trying to make money by selling it. So that's not necessarily Israel's fault. That's Hamas's fault.
So the food trucks aren't making it out of Gaza then, no?
What do you mean out of?
Well, I mean, if they're commandeering the food trucks, do we have specific reports on how many of these food trucks are being commandeered by Hamas? Or by commandeered,
just because
do you
they're
mean
being commandeered, that doesn't mean they're not being returned. They're just stealing the food.
Okay, well, commandeer typically means you take over the vehicle itself. What you mean is they are taking the contents and selling off the food, right?
Let's see. New IPC projections have been released. I placed the prior projection side by side with the current one to see the difference, notable changes. While the report notes there is still a risk of famine across Gaza Strip. All projections of famine with, let me see, projected food insecurity. Famine is projected to unfold.
Apparently, the U.S. Agency for International Development has determined that Israel broke the law vis-a-vis obstructing humanitarian aid to Gaza.
I don't know what that means exactly. If they're obstructing,
Okay.
so if they're obstructing humanitarian aid, like to what degree? Like blocking one food truck for security reasons.
Oh, here we go.
Thousands.
New York Times: Israeli minister will release Palestinian funds if settlements are legalized. Under a tentative deal, Israel's far-right finance minister Bezalel Smotrich would help the Palestinian Authority stave off financial collapse if 5 illegal West Bank. This is not Gaza. This is the West Bank, but that's also bad. But another territory that's being illegally seized as we speak, by the by.
Just a second. I'm reading the IPC report.
The IPC report. Can you share it with me?
Yeah, sure.
All right. What is this? Oh, Avi Bitterman. Of course. Okay. So I'm not even talking to you, am I? I can't even see this. He's blocked me. Yeah, we're not even having a conversation. You're just talking with Avi, and he's just shooting you stuff. Okay. You didn't come in here with anything in particular to talk about. You just wanted to do a thing, right?
No, my chat recommended that I debate with you.
Your chat recommended you debate. Yeah, why? Why?
Well, because they want to
Call
see
yourself
me
a
debate
vegan, you son of a
pro-Palestinians.
bitch. Like why? You're called vegan gains. You care about people eating beef jerky, but you're fine with thousands of kids being killed because, technically.
Can you name any war
Dude,
where
man,
kids weren't
pathetic.
killed?
Nope. But I wouldn't typically endorse any sort of military action that results in the virtually total razing of one of the densest civilian centers on Earth.
So you're against the Allied involvement in World War II?
Am I against the Allied involvement in World War II?
Yep. About 500,000 German civilians died during World War II. So are you against the Allied involvement in World War II? Should the U.S. not have fought? Should the UK?
Let's play this out for a second. So my military history isn't great, but let's think this through. Was the bombing of Dresden absolutely required for the defeat of the Nazi war machine?
Sorry, say that again?
Was the bombing of Dresden absolutely required in the manner in which it was conducted to defeat the Nazi war machine and to beat Hitler so he couldn't kill a bunch of people? Was that absolutely required?
Well, it's not necessarily absolutely required, but it would be argued that it
What I'm getting
led
at
to
is
a
was the decision
end
was
of
the
the
decision
war, which would have saved
well,
more people.
Well, that's my question though. Did it actually end the war faster, or was it, for example, potentially punitive in nature? I am actually in the dark about this.
Well,
World War II
it wasn't punitive in nature. The reason they struck Dresden was because it was a massive area in which supplies were being funneled through Germany for the war machine. That's why they attacked Dresden. Now, the war ended, like 2 months afterwards? So if that did massively affect the German military, and it ended the war, say, a few months earlier, then that could have easily saved more lives than it cost.
Hasn't Hamas been suing for peace since the Rafah offensive?
Hamas has been suing for peace.
Yeah. Israel rejected peace deals with Hamas multiple times.
Yeah, because they wouldn't return hostages.
Okay. But Israel's also killing the hostages. They're not exactly saving the hostages, are they? So
So they saved multiple.
Well, hang on.
So they saved multiple hostages fairly recently. They got hostages out of that journalist's apartment. They have killed a few hostages. That's undeniable. But the idea that the military operation doesn't give them negotiating power for hostage return is fucking ridiculous. Like, are you telling me acts of terror are a legitimate political strategy?
Well, I mean, clearly they are. The response to October 7th was...
So acts of terror are
are
a legitimate political strategy. So Hamas should have murdered civilians.
I'm sorry. What is it you think? I'm a little bit. I'm kind of baffled by the question. What do you think you're asking me when you ask? Is it a legitimate political strategy? I mean, is it by the rules? What's the argument? What's the question?
Well,
exactly?
I'm asking you, should they have done this?
Should they have done what? Who?
October 7th, massacred civilians, captured hostages.
No, Hamas should not have massacred civilians on October 7th. In fact, one of the great crimes
you want
of the
Israel
Party,
to appease
one of the great
them.
Crimes,
you want Israel to use appeasement policies.
One of the great crimes
yes,
of the
you did.
Party.
You literally just said Israel should try to appease Hamas, give in to their demands after acts of terrorism.
I'm attempting to answer your question. One of the great crimes of the Likud Party is that they fostered Hamas as opposed to other Palestinian nationalist groups, specifically so it would make them unable to grow as more viable nationalistic projects that weren't nihilistically geared towards terror, and so it would give them the pretext for things like what followed October 7th. It's been a year now. Like, here's a question: if they took the hostages to Lebanon, would that be a pretext for just demolishing Lebanon? What if they went from there to Qatar? Just demolish Qatar? Like, where does it stop exactly? Or Palestinians don't count. They're not real people like the cows you'll moralize over people eating, right?
The issue I have here is you're telling me Israel should use appeasement policies
No. See,
in response to acts of terror.
No.
And you're legitimizing acts of terror as valid political strategies.
But I'm not legitimizing them as valid political strategies. When you're using these words, you're not using them in a way that's meaningful. When we say valid, are we talking about efficacious or are we talking about moral? If we're talking about moral, nobody.
Well, they're only efficacious if you appease them.
I mean, they're suing for peace after being decimated.
Okay, well, maybe they should return the hostages, and they wouldn't have to sue. Maybe they shouldn't listen to Sinwar. Maybe they shouldn't gun down hostages in terror tunnels and shoot them in the fucking head. And
what about the millions of other people though who aren't Hamas, buddy? Like, do we just eat? Did they just eat
right.
them?
So just appease Hamas, appease the terrorists, and legitimize these strategies as valid political strategies.
I agree. So long as Hamas is willing to hold out, kill all the children, crush them with cinder blocks so their eyes pop out of their skulls.
Has Israel killed all the children?
Has Israel killed all the children? No, Hamas did, clearly. They went door to door and they shot them so Israel wouldn't be able to save them.
Right, so when Hamas deliberately chooses not to create civilian shelters for any of the bombings, do you think Hamas might be using human shields?
Here's a question for you.
Hamas bad, but appease them. Hamas bad, but give in to all their demands.
No.
Do whatever they say.
Well, let me flip that back on you. At whatever cost, no matter if you kill the whole world, never, ever agree to a peace deal with Hamas.
Israel isn't destroying the entire world.
Just the Gazans' entire world, yeah. And the Lebanese.
They haven't destroyed their entire world. Most Gazan civilians are alive.
You're an idiot. You are a fucking idiot.
Oh, okay, so what's the death toll? What's the population in Gaza and what's the death toll?
The population is 2 million. How many people are displaced and homeless right now?
Okay, well, that's better than being dead, right?
Answer the question. Answer the question, Baldy. How many people are displaced in Gaza right now? How many people don't have a home in Gaza right now? Pretty much 2 million.
Okay, and do you think that might be because Hamas won't create civilian shelters and Israel has told people to evacuate because of the bombings?
We displaced 2 million people, but Hamas. Hamas
Okay,
has
so
those-
why do you think people moved out of certain areas? Do you think it might have something to do with Israel telling them to leave because they're going to bomb those areas?
Yeah, and it'd be wonderful if they didn't also bomb the areas they told them to leave too afterwards.
Yeah, so Israel isn't using 2,000-pound bunker buster bombs in like these tent encampments.
I can
these
watch
temporary
your dead
shelters.
eyes reading the screen. Like, I know you're not here. This isn't a debate either.
By
of us
the way, you
prepared
can
for.
look at my stream. I'm watching the Discord thing right now. I'm not reading anything.
I can look at. What do you mean? I can look at your screen?
You can look at my screen, and you can see I'm just looking at our Discord, the Discord panel thing right now.
You were reading stuff earlier. Like, you clearly are reading things.
Yeah,
You
I
have
was
multiple
reading the
monitors,
IPC
surely.
report on my screen, which I sent you.
Yeah, and as you said, looking at the IPC report, your eyes turn to your left, so you're looking at another monitor. I don't give a shit. The point
My
is,
monitor's on the right.
is it? That's
Yeah.
awesome. You've got a Coke can on your floor. You ever clean?
Sometimes.
Okay, your microphone's like really fucking dusty. Also, it's got like hairs all over. It's nasty. I don't know what this is.
So you're claiming Israel is killing all the children, but then when Israel tells people to evacuate,
No, just
so they
tens
don't
of
get
thousands
killed,
of them. Just tens of thousands.
Oh my
Not all of
God!
them.
Israel's
Just tens of thousands of
displacing people, so there's no way to win. Israel tells people to evacuate, so they don't kill them. Oh, you're displacing people. Then when Israel does end up killing civilians, oh, see, they're targeting civilians. You can't have it both ways.
Who joins Hamas? Who joins Hamas? Like, what kind of people join Hamas?
Let's see. I guess jihadist, terrorist extremists who want to kill Jews.
Well, that's potentially. Where do those people come from? What turns a human being, bright-eyed little baby? What turns that into a crazy Hamas terrorist?
Well, maybe you should
extremist
ask
who
the
wants to kill
Nazis how they did their recruiting. I'm pretty sure Hamas uses a similar strategy. Oh, it's Israel's fault.
Which is no, please elaborate. Go on. You were putting your finger on something.
Well, let's see. Who would join Hamas? Maybe children who get indoctrinated into radical Islam and are brought up with the belief that Jews are evil and we need to exterminate them. Maybe those people. But that's Israel's fault, right? Is that what you want to tell me?
No, I'm kind of taken aback. Like, wow, dude. So let's play this out. It's actually it's beautifully simple. I don't even know why you're bothering to debate it. It's preloaded. So here's how it works. You take a population, okay? Corral them, brutalize them for generations. So many generations, in fact, nobody's even alive from when it started. And make it so that the smart leaders, the ones who aren't violent deadbeats, make sure those guys are killed by gangs and or shot by your own Secret Service or whatever. And then it's fantastic. See, when the people who remain, when the mobsters and the really corrupt, violent guys, when they do stuff, do the kinds of things that those people do, you have endless pretext because the entire population are just, violent jihadist zombies. You may as well just say zombies,
so the Jews
right?
have been conducting a conspiracy for multiple generations to try to radicalize the Palestinian people so they can eventually wipe them out.
Obviously not. Because if that were so, there wouldn't be Jews right now being beaten up by Israeli police for protesting the massacres in Gaza. We don't care about those Jews, though, right?
Right, so there's a multi-generational
Right, exactly,
conspiracy
that's what I thought.
theory among Israeli Jews to radicalize these groups
really?
like Hamas. It's not like they were formed by
Hang on.
Egypt
Just to be clear,
Iran.
slow down,
Right.
slow down, cowboy. So, just to be clear, you're saying Israeli Jews who are protesting what's happening in Gaza, they're pro-Hamas conspiracy theorists, right?
I don't know why any particular person in Israel would be protesting.
Why any particular person
that you'd have to ask them, but you're suggesting there's a multi-generational conspiracy going on where Jews have deliberately radicalized Palestinians to attack Israel so that they'd one day have plausible deniability to wipe out the population.
The Likud Party. The Likud Party. You aware of the measures the Likud Party and Netanyahu have been taking to make it so they have less judicial oversight? They can. Are you even remotely aware of that? Are you aware of the protests against the current party?
I am aware Netanyahu is kind of like a Trump figure. He's tried to...
Oh, is he kind of like a Trump figure? Is Netanyahu kind of like a Trump figure?
I'm aware that Netanyahu is not a perfect politician. He does have issues with corruption. He's
not a perfect politician, is he?
He has tried to. He has tried to consolidate power, things like that. But we're talking about the war in Gaza and whether or not it's a genocide. So, not really interested in talking about whether or not Netanyahu is corrupt.
I don't think you're interested. I don't think you're interested in very much. I don't think you're. I'm not even sure you're sentient. Like you're not even all here, are you? Like you're talking like a zombie.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you for changing the topic an innumerable amount of time. Oh, there's a can on your floor. Oh, you're bald. There's hair there.
Yeah, it's gross.
Oh my God. You know what? I just noticed you have a double and you have glasses. Those glasses look kind of dorky. And oh, you're like, what, 40? Your hairline's kind of receded. What are those books on the back? I don't care about any of this. I don't care about this childish bullshit. So again, I don't know how you can make a strong case that Israel's committing a genocide when you compare militant civilian casualty ratios in other urban conflicts
with astonishing ease.
Israel does not have worse militant to civilian casualty ratios than any other military. Also, your claims about starvation are not supported. There is risk. There is food insecurity issues, but again, it does seem that there is adequate amount of aid coming through to prevent mass starvation.
If 1 in 5 families is not eating for 2 days, then that's not a
Well, again, you can take a look at the IPC report. IPC originally said there was an imminent famine. Now they're claiming there is not imminent famine. It is in crisis. Yeah, IPC phase 3 or above, crisis or worse. So aid is coming through. It has not reached famine level. There is not mass starvation. Israel is clearly not trying to cause mass starvation. If they were, I don't know why they would let any aid through whatsoever.
Why would they? Why would they turn off their water immediately at the beginning of the conflict?
I don't know. Maybe it was so that they could have negotiating power to return hostages. So, considering Israel used tactics that did not involve bombs or any kind of direct warfare, and they were able to negotiate the return of hostages without anybody dying.
Just crimes against humanity.
Oh, Israel's still bad. They were able to get hostages returned without killing anyone. Israel's still evil.
You're mentally ill, and you're going to die alone. And you're going to be in an unvisited grave.
I'm married.
Unvisited grave, pardon me. You're married?
Yep.
Oh, that poor woman. Goodbye.
Okay. So he had literally no argument. I'll see if Avi's online. Hey, dude, you there? I don't know if that's just showing his thing or... I don't know if he's there. I think your microphone's muted, dude. Or you're on push to talk. Oh, there we go.
Did you enjoy that?
Well, I know what you mean. I know why you won't debate that guy anymore. Holy shit.
Oh. Yeah, no, it's just he's incredibly bad faith and very slippery. You got to really keep him on.
Oh, yeah, I noticed. Oh, there's a can on your floor. Oh, your hair. Oh, and then he'll change the topic from whether or not it's a famine to complaining about the amount of buildings that are destroyed in between that whole, sequence.
Yeah, very, very quick shifting, very quick pivoting, very Gish Gallopy. But incorrect on just about all the empirical claims he cited. And I'm happy to...
please.
Go through. Yeah. So, the first thing I mentioned was the IPC. IPC, I didn't mention the update. So I actually went through the IPC report, and the Famine Review Committee did too, and they detail two issues. Like, it's not just that the situation changed, but it's also numerous methodological issues with the initial IPC report, and said they could not endorse the IPC's claim of famine as plausible. And and the IPC report's additional report, I mean, they tried to save some face by saying, oh, you know, there's still a risk of famine, but all the projections of famine were removed in the next report. This is all public knowledge. It's all public domain.
Yeah.
The other claim that was made, 83% of required food aid does not make it into Gaza. I'm not sure. I mean, I know the source he's getting that from. I've read it. I've read that myself, but that source doesn't actually tabulate or show where they're getting that figure from. I tried replicating that figure, and I get kind of close, assuming the like common memes, like 500 per working day, 500 per day food trucks, or like and all the memes. So I've gotten close. I never got it exact. But it's simply not true. There's no. I mean, I've gone through every, whether it's the Kogat's logs of the frequency of food truck or trucks in general have been turned back. It's around 1.5%.
Yeah, that's one thing that bothers me whenever I see the shit on like Twitter. People are saying Israel's denying food truck and like blocking aid. They'll never actually explain what that means. Like, does that mean one food truck in every 1,000? Does that mean one in every 2? Like,
yeah, and the recent claims also, like Samantha Power's recent claims and these exposés that have come out. I look at them and there's nothing, no new information, not in terms of what they mean by obstructing aid. There's no new information in terms of what the substantiation for these claims on obstructing aid are. There's nothing new from the same babbling and cackling that Samantha Powers has been talking about months ago, about how, we brought this to the the Biden administration, and we were ignored. And it's like, it's a whole thing. It's like, well, no one's asking like, okay, well, why did the Biden administration not find you convincing? No one asked that question. It must be because they're covering Israel or something. And then when you just try to ask, like, okay, well, what is the substantiation? What are you actually claiming? And what is the substantiation? There's nothing there.
Well, yeah, so they're just all liars. They're just trying to spin a certain narrative, and they won't tell you what they actually mean by anything.
And just to be clear, this doesn't mean there isn't food insecurity. That's another pivot that just like, 1 in 5 people don't have food for this amount of haven't had food for this amount of time. That doesn't mean mass starvation. That means food. That's a level of food insecurity. Yeah. Food insecurity is not the same thing as mass starvation. So that was another pivot that happened. There was like a really slimy one. This is not to say that that's not a problem that shouldn't be worked on, but that does not support what the claim that was just made is.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, I think with a person like that, I mean, this person's a complete piece of shit.
Yeah.
He's threatened to like try to go after my license. He's a waste. I consider him to be a waste of time because he's just incredibly bad faith, and it's just like an exercise in like debating like a completely bad faith, pivoting like piece
He's
of
like
shit.
a fucking Xbox bro that you'll play like fucking Call of Duty with and just shit talk in the fucking lobby. Like he's not a serious person. Like when he starts bringing up, oh, you're bald, there's a can in the background. Like it's clear where his mind space is at.
It's important to like really just get a proposition out of him and just pin him down on it, and then not go to anything else until that is fully resolved. Like that's the only way to deal with people like that.
Yeah,
like, just be very clear on what he's claiming, what exactly is the claim, and what exactly is the argument for it. What's the substantiation? Then just go very point by. Keep it very linear.
Yeah. That's the first time I've ever debated that guy, and I could see what he was doing, but
yeah, because in terms of like his knowledge from listening, because I've actually been I've spent a long time on this topic, specifically the aid to the point where I've actually assisted in certain publications on this on the topic, and I can tell like he has like no understanding of this, very little.
Yeah.
Even like the truck, he said like, well, are the trucks being let out of Gaza? Like the distribution trucks don't go out of Gaza. It's a separate truck system. The trucks that go into Gaza go into a designation area where they unload, and then they go out of Gaza, and then the distribution trucks are separate trucks that load them up.
That's good to know.
And
Yeah.
then they distribute. Like they're not even going out of it. Like he has no idea how any of the system works.
Yeah, and his other claims about like, food insecurity, that's not entirely to blame on Israel. Like again, we know Hamas is commandeering these trucks.
It's largely a distribution issue.
Yeah. Yeah, so we know Hamas is commandeering these trucks. We know that it is hard to get aid into certain areas because of the Hamas threat, because there are certain areas that are still under attack, and just like some roads are blocked and stuff. So you can't blame all of this on Israel. They're clearly trying to facilitate aid.
Yeah, I mean, if they were using starvation as a weapon of war at this point, I mean, they'd have to be complete idiots.
Yeah.
I mean, nothing else to say about that. And by the way, it's not like pre-war levels. It's like higher than pre-war. It's like around 70% higher than pre-war levels, especially in August, I believe. More food is getting into Gaza now than was pre-war, and more than was locally produced. So if you add the production and
because I personally heard that it's at least pre-war levels, if not slightly higher. But you're saying it's actually 70%.
It's at least in August it was 70% higher. It's not 70% higher now, but it is higher. It's
right.
People just have no idea how much food was going into Gaza pre-war. It's just ridiculously inflated by counting it as working days rather than calendar days, and then just not actually looking at the stats.
I remember Noam Chomsky, the most insane fucking whack job. He was claiming like Gaza's always been under starvation for the longest time. There's a lot of misinformation spread on food availability in Gaza.
I mean, that's just a false claim. Now there have been issues. I'm not saying there haven't been food security issues, but no, Gaza has not been under starvation for the longest time. And then the claims about mass starvation now are just simply not true. Anyway,
did you see the part of the debate where he said Hamas is suing Israel?
I was like, what do you...
I did not understand what the fuck he even meant.
I don't even know. I'm not even sure what he means. Suing them? What court? What jurisdiction?
That was bizarre.
Does that mean they're trying to get a ceasefire agreement? Does that
Yeah, he actually pivoted to that afterwards. I was like, what the... Yeah, I asked, what do you mean sue? Like, I've never heard of Hamas suing Israel. And then he just pivoted to them, Israel denying ceasefire deals. And I said, yeah, that's because they're not getting a hostage return. And then he said, oh, well, they're not meeting all of Hamas's demands. Like, so okay, appeasement policies for the jihadist terrorist organization that wants to exterminate Jews. That'll work well.
People should, and you did mention this, so that's important. Like their demands
are ridiculous, like right of return.
Their demands were a deal structured that don't condition the end of the war on the return of all the hostages.
Yeah,
like that's the big thing. It's like you would have to just rely on Hamas's good grace to return all the hostages alive, and if they don't, you agreed to not do anything about it. It's just like an insane group. Like what? And at this point, the Biden administration has gone public and said, like, actually, there's a reason that Hamas was negotiating like this. It's because what they were doing is they were just adding more and more terms every time Israel would get closer to agreeing with it.
Yeah.
And the reason for that is because they're not actually interested in any deal.
Yeah.
What they their interest is not in a deal. Like you could just agree to everything and they would just
well, and it works. The mainstream media is reporting, oh, Netanyahu declines another ceasefire agreement. He just wants more war. Like, they know exactly what they're doing.
Right. And the point, so they want a larger regional war. They think as long as Sinwar thinks he actually thinks he can win. He thinks he can beat Israel by getting Iran and Iran involved, RGC, in addition to Hezbollah. And so long as he believes that, he's not going to be interested in any ceasefire agreement, in any deal.
Yeah.
So even this whole thing about appeasing Hamas, I agree with. I agree with all of this that you've said. Like, I don't think setting a precedent for setting the precedent that terrorism works is a good idea.
Yeah.
And maybe it's better in the short run. You'll save lives in the short run, but I do think you will destroy far more lives in the long run by setting that precedent.
Yeah.
You're just incentivizing these terrorist groups to do more of it, saying, okay, well, it actually works if we do that. So, but even ignoring that, this isn't even what's on the table. Like, even the appeasement is not even an option. They don't want appeasement. They don't want the deal. They don't want any deal. They want Israel to die.
And they're willing to die for that. They think they're going to get 72 virgins in heaven. Like, these aren't rational people.
And until they understand fully that they are not going to win, which will require military, I'm sorry, that's not going to change. So if you want a deal, you're going the only way to do it at this point is a military action.
Yeah, and
it's clear that they don't want to deal.
You know what? At the end of the day, too, even if Israel were to agree to these ridiculous deals where they'd get completely fucked over and, they wouldn't get any benefit from it, if Israel were to bend to the knee of Hamas, they would still criticize Israel. This is all just about Jew hate. Like, when Israel does things that are perfectly ethical, like the best plan you could ever imagine, like not allowing any aid through in Gaza for the first 2 weeks of the conflict, that allowed them to negotiate a hostage deal for fuel, water, some stuff. No one died. No one was bombed. No buildings were destroyed, and they were able to negotiate a hostage return perfectly peacefully. He was still criticizing that.
You mean during negotiations? You don't mean like no one died during the war that was happening prior to that?
Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah.
Right. Okay. From the negotiation process. Okay. Yeah. So. Yeah. No. I mean, and look, the biggest thing for me was that when there was a strike that Israel did on Lebanon prior to the pager operation, Operation Grim Beeper. Prior to that, there was a operation that they did that actually didn't kill any civilians, that just killed military targets.
And people still complained, they're escalating.
Yeah, exactly. It'll always be something. It's never about the civilian deaths. It's never about the children. It's never about it. It's ultimately about Israel bad.
Yeah, that's all it is. It's just Jew hate. Israel could do everything they wanted, and they'd still hate on them.
It's in many cases it probably is Jew hate, but it might just there's also a component of just Chomsky-like West hate.
Yeah.
Where it's just the socialist progressive shit stain, just West bad.
Yeah.
There's that component there as well. And just Israel's part of that, so I guess Israel bad. But yeah, don't let anyone tell you that this is about any genuine humanitarian concern.
Yeah, it's not, clearly.
Yeah. All right. Well.
I sent you the video of the conservative MP.
Yeah, I watched it. It looks like they're going to review the video.
Yeah, crazy, eh?
It's awesome. That's really awesome. I hope they do that.
All right, well, thanks for the chat, dude. Take care.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
sorry to go through the misfortune of meeting that shit stain.
Yeah,
but yeah.
I actually emailed that MP. There's a possibility that I might actually be able to testify in the House of Commons.
So you should.
Cool. Yeah.
You absolutely should. Go for it.
All right, man. We'll take care.
Yeah, later.
Are they still talking about me?
Chance of recantation.
Let's see. I had to skip the one dono. Sorry, Phallus. I'll get back to your
Was
dono
that
in a
guy
second.
for real?
Yeah, he's actually retarded. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
No Primso. No, 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 no. He's back, he'll be coming back. Frown moment. Silence for Prim Prim. The big sexy pussy we all loved. Also the Crown Prince of Iran is based. Have you seen this? Please watch it.
Let me see, Phallus.
The Middle East, the cradle of civilization, is rich with stories of great kings, prophets, and philosophers. From Cyrus to Moses to Ibn Khaldun, our nations have given the world some of its greatest visionaries. Leaders like Anwar Sadat, King Hussein, Menachem Begin, King Faisal, and my father, too, took up the mantle of seeking peace for our people. But for 45 years, too many of us have been forced to live in fear. Fear of the next terrorist attack, fear of war, fear of economic instability, fear of nuclear blackmail. That's because 45 years ago, my country was taken hostage by a radical regime that seeks not only to keep my people in chains, but to export its revolution to your countries and your people. The regime in Tehran is responsible for the deaths of hundreds of thousands of innocents, Iranians, Arabs, and Israelis, Christians, Muslims, and Jews. It facilitated the October 7th attack. It fueled sectarian conflicts in Syria, Iraq, Lebanon, and Yemen. It is trying to unseat the Hashemite kingdom and delegitimize the custodians of the two holy mosques. It uses Palestinians as human shields. And now it has brought our cradle of civilization to the cusp of regional war.
Where is this guy living now? There's no way he's in Iran saying this.
And so today, I come to you with a message. This is not the Iranian people's war. It is Ali Khamenei and his regime's war. The tyrant in Tehran couches his warmongering in Iranian nationalism. But he does not speak for our nation. The crimes his regime has committed against you, our neighbors, are an affront to Iranians and our values. For us Iranians, pride in our nation and love of our country do not come
Yeah, Virginia. Yeah, I figured.
at the price of hatred, antagonism, or chauvinism. My compatriots have shown time and time again that they do not want Iran's wealth spent on fueling wars, fostering instability, or funding terrorism. Iranians are not your enemy. It is the Islamic Republic that is our common enemy.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. I've met a few Iranians here. One of them was a woman who moved from Iran to here. She was atheist while she was in Iran. And she was just pretending to be Muslim, but as soon as she came here, she, just went full atheist, party girl kind of thing. Iranians do not seem like they are particularly Islamic. A lot of them bootleg Western media, like get it illegally. They're super into American culture. They fucking hate the regime. So yeah, it's really just their government that's just fucking crazy wackos.
The enemy of all peace-seeking people in our regions, whatever nation they come from, or whatever faith they practice. So I say to you, our friends across the Middle East. Our region deserves so much better. But in order to succeed, first, this regime that has held us hostage for nearly half a century must go. The Middle East is all too familiar with turmoil and upheaval. So I know you might fear change will bring chaos, but fear not. We will not allow a power vacuum to follow the collapse of this regime. There is a vast coalition of patriotic Iranians at home and abroad, ready to step in to serve our nation and make peace with our region. I have told my compatriots that I will do my duty. I will step forward at their call to oversee this peaceful transition to democracy and Iran's return to the community of nations. Peace is neither a relic of history nor a distant dream. It is a promise we owe to ourselves and our children. And together, we can make it a reality.
That guy is pretty damn based. Thanks for the donation, Phallus.
Also, this is the fourth fucking time you debated a Hamas supporter and they straight up abandoned the fucking chat. Good God, these people are cowards.
Yeah, they're all the same. They all follow the same playbook, and as soon as, you know, the things start crumbling, they just leave. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Dylan donated $2 clipped. State power, things like that, but we're talking about the war in Gaza and whether or not it's a genocide. So, not really interested in talking about whether or not Netanyahu's corrupt.
I don't think you're interested. I don't think you're interested in very much. I don't think you're. I'm not even sure you're sentient. Like you're not even all here, are you? Like you're talking like a zombie.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you for changing the topic an innumerable amount of time. Oh, there's a can on your floor. Oh, you're bald. There's hair there.
Yeah, it's gross.
Oh my God! You know what? I just noticed you have a double. And you have glasses. Those glasses look kind of dorky. And oh, you're like what, 40? Your hairline's kind of receded. What are those books on the back? I don't care about any of this. I don't care about this childish bullshit. Yep. That's what you expect from Hamas supporters. Thanks for the donation, though, Dylan.
Also, you should try to debate this moron sometime.
No. I know who he is. I'm not gonna bother. That guy is a complete and utter fucking whack job. That would go fucking nowhere. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Hey bro, sorry to hear about your hamster. I've recently lost my tarantula, she was my life. All I have is my roach, he's still kicking. My ball sack and my long noodle is good to go though bro. Thanks for hearing me out. Keep it hard, brother.
Alright, well thank you for that, Nigerian. Appreciate the donation, dude.
Don't you miss these days, VG? PLS watch all.
Tuesday. Yo.
New Music Tuesday?
Yep, I'm getting ready to head down to the Best Buy and check out that new Jay-Z CD right now. You want to roll with?
Yeah, man, I'm down. That new Nickelback band just dropped an album today, too.
I never heard of no Nickelback, but we can check it out if they got it. Let me see what the weather's looking like.
This Devin's.
My favorite day.
I didn't get into music until MP3s and shit became a thing. I fucking hated, like, early 2000s technology. I have no nostalgia for it at all. It was just pure, it was so inconvenient, so overpriced. You had to buy a whole fucking album to listen to one song, and you might only like one song on the fucking album. I am glad those days are behind. Thanks for the donation, though, Kak.
Fuck Iran.
I could not agree more. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Grey Knight donated $2. Let me see. Based. Absolutely fucking based. Hell yeah. Oh my god, rabbits. Oh, that's a nice rabbit. Oh, that's a really good rabbit. Yeah, Patricia Nonis is pretty cool. I gotta try putting the Death to Hamas t-shirt on Teespring. I don't know if they'll approve it, but I'll try. Uh-oh, let me see. Restricted post. Can't see that.
Breaking news! Russia is reportedly considering supplying nuclear weapons to Iran, a move that could ignite a major Middle Eastern crisis. This will greatly intensify the Israel-Iran conflict and trigger a global geopolitical disaster. Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu has vowed to prevent Iran from acquiring nuclear arms, hinting at military action. Such a clash could spark violent retaliation from groups like Hezbollah, as Russia aims to destabilize the region while advancing its goals in Ukraine. Break!
You know, this could have just all been prevented if NATO had just intervened in the first place. But, what do I know? I'm just an armchair expert. Thanks for the donation, though, Grey Knight.
I'm just strongly suggesting that maybe you head over to the other side right now. You've gotten what you need to, right? These people are here to share their point of view on the thing. Obviously, your point of view is different than theirs. And yeah, you've gotten what you need. You've gotten some interviews. You've gotten some footage. How about we just head over to the other side now?
I'll decide when I've gotten what I need, but full disclosure, I'm pretty close to getting there.
Okay. So how much longer do you need?
Not sure. I'll play it by ear.
Okay. Can you give me a time frame?
No.
Why not?
Because I'm not sure.
Why not? Well, you said you're almost close.
My job is ad hoc.
Your job is ad hoc. Okay. Well, mine's not, right? And right now we've gotten quite a few complaints. We've let you still do your job. We've still let you get all your stuff that you need. We've let you have your interviews.
You let me.
Yeah.
I need your permission.
You don't need permission, but we allowed it to continue, right? Even though we got complaints.
Allowing is permission.
Well, I mean, sure. Well, you know what? Sure. Why not? Yeah. Right? Because we received complaints, right? Which you're aware of because my colleagues already spoke with you.
I can't recall who Peter Scully is.
Right? So now at this point, you've gotten your interviews. You've gotten your footage. So can we please just head over to the other side now?
I'll indulge you when I make that call for myself because I'm making my own decisions. I'm not outsourcing my journalistic judgment to the PPS.
Okay. So what I'm going to say then at this point is if ever we get one more complaint that you're being pushy, that you are being...
Do you think I was being pushy?
So I did see a couple of instances, yes, where you were being pushy, right? You were kind of really getting close to people and stuff like that.
It's because of the noise. I need to get quality of audio.
Well, you're using a mic. You don't need to get yourself really, really close in, right?
I do. It's noisy.
And you don't need to be pointing and gesticulating and stuff like that to people.
You think I was gesticulating and being agitated?
I did see that, yes. And we also
The
got
guy looks
complaints
pretty
about
jacked.
that. Okay.
I mean, I want your observations rather than just random complaints.
I told you that, yes, I did see that, right? What's that? Well, I guess he's saying no. So is it yes or no?
I'll defer to her, not you.
Okay. But we've gotten, this is what I'm saying, right? We have gotten complaints about it.
What if I complain?
Right? About what?
About people being aggravating or agitating or gesticulating, to use your fantastic term, towards me.
So then you are now on the side that is counter to your shirt, right? So you have an area that you can go where that's not going to happen. This is their area.
Yeah, that's the same cop or PPC officer that barred me from entering Parliament Hill. That guy's a complete fucking dickhead. Retard donated $2 to Hassan's stream title. Kamala on Call Her Daddy, October 7 marks 1 year of genocide. Yeah, Israel bias in MSM. I don't know how the fuck there's an Israeli bias in the mainstream media. What a fucking tard, dude. Like, I just do not understand how people watch that guy, unironically. Thanks for the donation, though, retard.
Hey bro, I am sorry to hear about the death of your crocodile. Just want to say rest in nigger to your crocodile.
Well, thank you for that. Appreciate the donation, Crocodile Sucker. Maybe we should try getting through some of this.
New York, literally about an hour ago, and I'm getting ready for the next big trial. I'm representing Tracy Murphy, a sanctuary owner in upstate New York who's been charged with larceny after she took in 2 stray cows who wandered onto her property. And I got to say, in a lot of ways, this is going to be a tough jury. We are in a heavily agricultural county. The right to farming movement is extremely powerful in this community. There are not only cattle ranchers everywhere, but a lot of people just have animals in their backyards being raised for food, just as part of their everyday, ordinary life as a hobby. And there's been enormous animosity towards animal rights activists, including me, to the point that the federal House member in this district has described vegan extremism as a real threat to the community. And I was thinking about what the best things I learned over the years about how to talk to people from farming communities. And honestly, one of the best examples is, well, an example. There's a pig farmer named Trent Luce who I've had strange, interesting conversations with over the last 6 or 7 years. And we're going to replay today as part of the podcast.
Nighty night, Aaron. Sweet dreams, dude.
And the YouTube show.
Have you ever had tramadol? No, I don't think I have. I'm very high. Well, that sounds pleasant. Sweet dreams, Aaron.
Joe, a conversation I had with him in 2018 at the height of a lot of the disputes around animal ag and animal rights activism. And I think there are a lot of things to learn from this conversation, but one of the most important is that we all have something to learn. Trent and I disagree about everything. He thinks what I'm doing is extremism and terrorism. I think what he's doing is unethical and murder. But there's still things we can learn from each other, and maybe just as importantly, there's still common ground to be found. And I actually have not watched this conversation in 2018, but I do know over the years since 2018, when I first had a conversation with Trent, when he was contending us for being terrorists for what we did at Sunrise Farms, the relationship has been incredibly productive. And I hope you can learn some lessons from this conversation as well. There's going to be a lot more to say about this week and the trial of Tracy Murphy. And I'm sure I and others will be saying those things. But for now, here's a blast from the past. I hope you enjoyed this conversation. I hope you give me some feedback, and maybe you'll be able to teach me a lesson based on your analysis of the debate I had with Trent back in 2018 as to what all of us can do better to be more persuasive, to be our best selves, and to help bring our entire community together around the idea that no one deserves to suffer. So without further ado, here's the debate.
All right, I am live with a man by the name of Trent Luce, who it's honestly a little bit of a shock we're even having a conversation right now, because Trent first found out about us when we were out at Sunrise Farms in May doing a demonstration there. And Trent, for those of you who don't know about him, he's got a podcast, is a very prominent farmer, 6th generation farmer.
Don't really care about Ben Shapiro talking about October 7th in American colleges. Like, I know the whole story already.
Cattle farmer, is it, Trent?
We raise pigs, cattle, and horses.
Pigs, cattle, and horses. Mm-hmm. And is famous for saying that DXE activists are thugs, that were sociopaths, and really going to bat for the industry when we did this demonstration back in May. So can I just start?
My life is ruined ever since I discovered nihilism. Just a second.
I can't hold it any longer. I need to bust. Richie, keep making that face. Oh God, that's the spot. Yeah, Rich, that's it. I'm about to splurge. Good God, it's happening. Oh God, that was great. Anyways, I'm sorry for the death of your pet monkey. Frowning face, frowning face.
Alright, well thanks for the donation, Death of Rabbit. Whenever I experience pleasure, I always remember how nothing matters and the happiness goes right out the window. I internalize the fact that we're all gonna die. Everything we do is pointless. I don't know how that prevents you from experiencing happiness. From my perspective, that makes it easier to experience happiness. If nothing matters, what's the point of being sad? It's all a matter of perspective. So, I think you just need to change the way you think.
Wayne is a nice guy and that, but fuck me, he is boring as fuck. Like, what the fuck?
I don't know. We'll see how this debate goes. Thanks for the donation, Bootycam.
Yo, what's up, VG? Sorry to hear about the loss of your hippopotamus. The hippo was a real gangster till the end. He will be missed. I still don't know what made you get a hippo, but who am I to judge the love between a man and his hippo? Long live Prismo D Hippo.
Yeah. He was my big gray little hippo. I'm gonna miss him sitting on my chair. He was such a good boy. Look at that little hippo. Well, he's at peace. Thanks for the donation, less is more. Yeah, he was kind of laying like that in my arms when he died. Poor baby. Love him so much. Israel donated $2. If you ever visit Israel, you should go touring with Sky and ask questions to Israelis and Palestinians. Keith takes people with him.
LGBT.
With Sky? Sky who?
Support Palestine during the war. Do you see them as your allies? Yes.
Yeah, I've seen this video. Palestinians hate gay people. They murder them, so it's not surprising. Thoughts? Let me see.
فكرة العروبة بمعنى
Damn, that nose. Holy shit.
واحد لكل البلدان. شو رأيك في إنه يكون في عنا نظام واحد لكل البلدان العربية؟ نكون تحت نظام واحد.
Dude, there's so many fucking Arab women with these big, beautiful fucking noses. Holy shit. Yeah, Prismo's cremated. He's doing a communal cremation, so I'm not keeping any of the ashes. It was cheaper.
يمكن ويمكن لا، كل واحد رأيه وكل واحد حسب نظامه في بيئته.
طب شو رأيك أنت؟
أنا رأيي نفس ما حكيت، إنه كل واحد بيمشي على نظام حسب البيئة اللي عايش.
So it could be good, it could be bad, but each one would be more comfortable in the context or the environment that they're in.
Okay, why? Why would that? Is that true?
ليش؟
يمكن يصير تناقضات، اختلاف.
Because there might be contradictions, differences between us, the Arabs.
Different cultures, you mean?
يمكن مش الكل يمشي على نظام واحد. أيوة تمام.
Because not everybody would be able to.
Like, the idea of pan-Arabism in some ways might be good because Muslims fucking hate each other. So, you know, it might prevent, you know, wars between Iran, Iraq, stuff like that. Might not necessarily have ever prevented, like, the Syrian civil war. But, like, we know what pan-Arabism would look like in all likelihood. It would just be like this crazy, wacko, fucking conglomerate of Islamic jihadist states, which I definitely wouldn't want.
Be under the same system.
Pan-Arabism. Do you know what that is? Pan-Arabism? Like from Nasser, from the remember from the 50s and the 60s. Is it a good idea for Palestinians?
Yes, okay.
Yeah?
Why not?
Yeah? Okay.
Yeah. Well, thanks for the donation, Israel. They jumping on it crazy. Yeah. These people are fucking scumbags. Thanks for the donation, dude. Felice Johnson donated $2. That is a good butt. Damn. She's pretty goddamn jacked.
Thank you, ladies. Good luck tomorrow.
Thanks for the donation, Felice Johnson.
Richie, I want round 2 please. Do you want me to get on my hands and knees? Because I will, 100. Richard, please please. I miss your smooth skin pressed up against my chest. Richard, I miss your sacred ebony skin, just the thought turns me on. Ox rabbit.
Okay, maybe we can do that later. Thanks for the donation, Death of Rabbit. Booty Cam donate $2 to Walla Wally.
And you can't speak English? What you been doing there? Hiding, yeah? Hiding! But all of these conversations you're having on Skype, you're hiding, boy! You're hiding! And you know you can't come out and show your face. You're hiding!
That's funny coming from a guy who's a famous debate dodger. Thanks for the donation, though, Booty Cum.
Start by asking you, Trent, a little bit about how you found yourself in Petaluma back in May, and how we ended up having this conversation today on Facebook Live.
Thank you, Wayne. I appreciate that opportunity, or the opportunity to join you. I do want to question you right off the bat before I tell you why I was in Petaluma.
Would you come into Gaza to save a Palestinian woman with an 8-inch nose, as long as she's pro-Israel?
I'm not sure I'm famous for that. I did say that. I'm not saying I didn't say that, but I don't think it made me famous.
Yeah, I think that you're probably right about that. So I think you're famous in animal rights circles and in vegan circles, which is kind of like being famous in a tiny island in the Pacific. So because there are a lot of animal rights activists and vegans in the world yet. But tell us a little bit about how you
again,
ended up there.
we've reached common ground already, right off the bat. Yeah. Well, I would love to say that I heard about you criminally breaking into a farm in Petaluma. I jumped in my jet and flew out there to get the real story. But number one, I don't have a jet. And number two, I was accidentally already in Petaluma.
Sure.
Ironically, I was filming for a movie. A movie that's coming out in the spring. And naturally, when I heard about what had happened, I started doing research, because I have been working on this type of thing for the past 20 years. This type of thing being making sure that people make purchase decisions, making sure that people develop policy, making sure that the general perception of what is happening is factual.
Sure.
And I saw you presenting things that just simply aren't factual when it comes to modern food production.
Yeah, I mean, I think that makes me think two things that we probably do agree on. One is, and I said this to you, I mean, we only talked for about a minute before we started this live stream, but I said there are actually a lot of
I don't know who YouTuber troll police are.
things we probably find common ground on. And one of them, and I want to give you a big shout out for this, is I think there are a lot of people in this country who think something wrong is happening and are not empowered to actually do something about it. And that's something.
Sup, Richard? Just watched your protest video. Why the fuck are there so many people at a protest that are afraid to share their opinions on what they are protesting? Lamau.
Well, because if they did, they know they'd look stupid. Thanks for the donation.
I would like to debate you, if you're interested. I doubt you are though, frown. I am a master at baiting my gator. In all seriousness, I can debate you on sugar and why you're black, and there's no such thing as black people.
I think I'll pass. I don't know if I have the ability to debate those topics. Thanks for the donation, Master Blaster.
Something you and I are similar on, that you saw something happening in May that you thought was wrong, and you did something about it. And I've got mad respect for you for that, because that shows something about your character and commitment to make the world a better place, that you saw something wrong was happening, that you thought was wrong, and you directly intervened with it. Second is, I think
we absolutely agree on that one, because I see our great challenge is complacency.
Yeah.
We have too many people that will sit around and talk about things but not address you personally. In fact, I sent you 2 messages that obviously didn't get to you, because I've invited you to join me on my radio program talking about this. I didn't just do that behind your back and then say, hey, I don't want it. I'm just going to talk about this guy.
I would love to take you up on that offer and give your audience a chance to hear from a Buddhist vegan, which is not probably their most common experience in life. But the second thing I think we agree on is, and you just said this yourself, that you want true and accurate information to come out about people's consumption habits, and for consumers and citizens of the United States to get accurate information. And I think we both agree that false advertising, whether it's by activists or by farmers, is not wrong. Is wrong. It should be corrected.
It is wrong.
Yeah. So, I mean, maybe we could talk, I have a series of statements that I think, and I was telling you that I think we probably agree on, and some statements that I think we disagree on. One example of false advertising I think we could probably both agree on is what tobacco companies and cigarette companies did back in the 1960s, where they're saying cigarettes are healthy, they're going to improve digestive health, and don't worry about cancer and emphysema, those things aren't real. I don't know what you think about that, but my guess is both of us think that those advertisements are wrong. Am I right about that?
Actually, you're bringing up something I didn't think this could happen, something that I'm not familiar with. Okay. I did not know that tobacco companies once portrayed smoking as a health item.
Yeah, they did.
Anybody that would perceive putting any piece of any material in front of your face and smoking it nonstop, inhaling smoke and fire, and before we knew much about nicotine, they're not thinking very clearly if they believe that's a healthy item.
You're probably right about that.
Yeah,
but
right.
back in the 1950s and 60s, a lot of people did. And in the country where my parents are from, I told you earlier, I was born and raised in Indiana. My parents were born in China, and they immigrated here in one of the first wave of immigrants from China in the early 1970s. But in my home country of China, there's still a lot of people who think smoking is healthy.
Sengoku no Tiller still on 850 calories. Yep. How does your meal frequency look like? I'll have a blueberry smoothie in the morning, then I'll work out, then I'll have a protein shake, then at night I'll have a protein shake. So it's kind of spread out throughout the day. I don't know if you can really call those meals, but I will consume food of some sort 3 times daily. Thanks for the donation, Sengoku.
I'm sorry to hear about the loss. Hope you're doing well and staying healthy.
Yeah, I'm feeling better now. I've kind of calmed down and my nerves are lower. It was just such a shock. He was running around and eating and playing like just a week ago, and then all of a sudden I just get this news. Yeah, it just feels like I got hit by a fucking bus or something. It's annoying, but you know, that's life, man. Shit happens. Thanks for the donation, Nut Muffin. Curious donate $2. Your Toronto Sun article just got published. It's one of the top articles on the Toronto Sun homepage. Sweet. Man banned from going near protest area for opposition to a banned terrorist group. That makes perfect sense. Richard said he was looking to interview people about the war between Israel and Hamas when Parliament Hill cops stopped him from accessing the grounds. That action, captured on video, has kicked off a debate about the Parliamentary Protective Service and has seen officials who oversee the service deny their officers acted inappropriately. Yeah, of course. Burgess went to Parliament Hill on Saturday to witness the rally planned to mark the 1-year anniversary of the Hamas terror attacks on Israel. Obviously, with your shirt, you're not here as a pro-Palestinian protester. You're here as a counter-protester. An unidentified officer of the PPS can be seen saying on video, Burgess published on Sunday. When he first arrived at the event about an hour before it was scheduled to start, he was wearing a sweater that said "Death to Hamas" on the front. Hamas is banned designated terror group and is being considered a terrorist group by the government of Canada since 2002. Since the officers made clear that he didn't enter the protest area due to his shirt, Burgess left the hill, turned his sweatshirt inside out, so there was no visible net message. Tried to enter again. When he returned, the same officer stopped him from entering again. You admitted to me that you do not recognize Palestine as a state. You are not a supporter of Palestine. You are not permitted. The officer had previously told Burgess that if he removed his shirt with Death to Hamas image, he would be allowed in. But despite doing that, the officer refused to allow him in. When Burgess asked the officer why there was a change, the officer replied that it's because Burgess had said he doesn't recognize Palestine as a state. Of course, the problem is that the government of Canada doesn't recognize Palestine as a state. That's funny. I didn't even know that. I thought Canada actually did officially recognize Palestine as a state. So he banned me from entering a public area because I hold a political position that the government of Canada itself holds. Burgess was denied entry to the main protest area for holding the same position as the Trudeau government, the Biden administration, and the rest of our G7 allies. That is like the most insane thing. To my knowledge, that's the first time the access to Parliament has been subject to screening with political points of view, at least documented as such, Conservative MP and Deputy Leader Melissa Lanceman said, while raising the issue with House Speaker Greg Ferguson after questioning period. Parliament is the beating heart of Canadian society, and it is where Canadians often come to exercise one of the most cherished constitutional rights guaranteed to them under the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Freedom of expression. Landsman asked the Speaker to examine who gave the directive to block people based on political viewpoints. The Parliamentary Protective Service reports jointly to the Speakers of the Commons and Senate. Neither office offered comment on the incident other than to say they don't comment on security issues. Officials with PPS denied their officer did anything wrong. It is important to note that PPS did not deny access to the Hill to the individual in question. Rather, he was informed that if he wanted to enter the Hill, he should leverage another point of entry to demonstrate in the appropriately dedicated zone, PPS said in a statement. I don't know why I would have to go to a separate area. It's a public space, Burgess said Monday in an interview. I was pretty surprised I had to stand outside of Parliament Hill and talk to people. Burgess said he wasn't aggressive in approaching people and simply asked if they wanted to explain why they were here. As for the claim that PPS did nothing wrong, he believes his denial was politically motivated. Seems they had a clear political bias. They were helping Palestinian protesters set up. They were picking up fake body bags. Regardless of the denial from the PPS officials, the video is clear that Burgess was stopped from freely moving around the grounds of Parliament Hill due to his opposition to a banned terrorist organization. It's the job of the PPS to keep the Hill safe and secure, and that includes during protests, but banning Burgess from entering was a step too far. Comments, the officer should be fired. Now, that's when you really see stupid in big letters. Hamas is a terrorist group, not this guy. Should be fired. More Trudeau hiring. More proof Canada's government supports terrorist groups. Yep. That's pretty goddamn hilarious. Less is more donated $2. Some people spice things up in the bedroom by role-playing as teacher and student. Would you ever do this? Would you ever get this for Jasmine to fulfill your other earthly desires? Well, Jasmine's nose is already pretty big. She doesn't really need to wear a prosthetic, so her nose is quite enough to satisfy me. Thanks for the donation. Less is more.
What do you put in your protein shakes? Do you think they are the best meals for losing weight? RIP to you, Catbro Frown.
Well, I put protein shakes in my protein shake. There's not really, like, it's just the protein powder. I wouldn't say they're the best meal for losing weight. There is no best meal for losing weight. I'm just eating foods that, give me enough energy in the form of carbohydrate to exercise and enough protein to prevent muscle loss. And yeah, thanks for the donation, Kit Lawless. I'm sad about Prismo too.
Dear Richie, I miss the time we met up and had coffee together. When we Netflix and chilled at my place. After having your bare chocolate skin illuminating in the sunlight. When you dropped ice cream on your bulge and I had to help clean it. I miss you.
Alright, well, we'll do that again sometime soon. Thanks for the donation, Death of Rabbit. Son Goku donated $2. What type of cosmetic work would you say she's gotten done? I'm not sure. I know of her. She might not have gotten any done. Who knows? Maybe she got a nose job? Maybe? It's pretty goddamn fine. Yeah, I wouldn't really be able to say if she's gotten any cosmetic work done. She has a really nice ass. Yeah, I wouldn't be able to say if she got any work done. Like, it's not obvious. Thanks for the donation, Son Goku.
That cop assuming your intent and beliefs and using that to prohibit you from a public area is fucking crazy. Let him come to the States and I will crack a brick across that nigger's face for you.
Well, I don't think that would really solve anything. I'd rather sue him and get a paycheck. But thanks for the donation, Lemon.
Because the advertising is not well regulated. And tobacco companies do say a lot of good things. They say it's going to clarify your lungs. It's like incense, and a lot of people in China, they think incense is healthy and it's good for you, and they don't see a difference between smoking and incense. And so it's led to massively high smoking rates and the increase in things like emphysema, lung cancer, metabolic disease in ways that have never before been seen in China. So that is an area where we probably agree that smoking is not healthy, and people probably should say it's healthy. So here's where I think we're probably going to disagree. That there's false advertising of animal products, and that animal products are often extremely unhealthy, including inflicted with diseases that could kill and hurt our kids. I mean, do you agree with that or disagree with that? My guess is you disagree with that.
I disagree with that. I'm still on smoking.
Sure, go ahead.
It's a little tough to blame the health implications, breathing issues simply on smoking in China.
Yeah.
Just today, I had a great radio program with a friend of mine who I have on every week who's married to a young lady who migrated herself from China.
Yeah, yeah.
And Hank has been back the past 3 years, and he says that progressively, his term today was that there's enough stuff in the atmosphere that he could plant wheat. So to come back and 100% blame smoking for everything that's been caused in China that's an exaggeration and an embellishment. And to follow that up, did you know that it is illegal in every park in the United States to smoke?
In every park, really?
Every park.
National parks, state parks, local
national park. A national park, it is illegal to smoke. And do you know what the number one reason was for banning smoking in outdoor parks?
My guess is it's forest fires, no?
No, secondhand smoke.
Secondhand smoke, wow.
They convince people that if you're smoking and you're in proximity to someone who's smoking, you have a health hazard equal to that of the person that's smoking.
Yeah.
You know how much science, Wayne, there is to back that?
Son Goku donate tellers. Harass gotta be fake, in my opinion. No, there's just some girls with really nice butts. Like, especially if you ever go to somewhere like Brazil, Colombia, a lot of black girls too. They just have perfect asses. You should look up Fernanda Chocolate. She's a black Brazilian well, not porn star, but she does adult films. Fernanda Chocolate, her ass is like literally just perfect. It's bubbly, round, and like there's just girls with perfect asses. Also, she's got to be on Anavar, some shit like that. No way she's that muscular naturally. I'd highly, highly, highly doubt she's natural. Almost guaranteed. Yeah, she's on Anavar. Thanks for the donation though, Son Goku. Let me see if I can find Fernanda Chocolate's TikTok. Yeah, this chick. She's Brazilian adult film actress. Don't know if I can find any good videos of her butt here. Let me just... I think she has a few TikTok accounts or something, or people just re-upload her videos on TikTok. Her actual account might have actually gotten banned. Huh. I think her actual account might have gotten banned. Yeah, just look her up on X videos. Bend over, donate $2, what a coward. Let me see.
Trump backed out. The campaign offered shifting explanations. First, it complained that we would fact-check the interview. We fact-check every story. Later, Trump said he needed an apology for his interview in 2020. Trump claims correspondent Leslie Stahl said in that interview that Hunter Biden's controversial laptop came from Russia. She never said that. Trump has said his opponent doesn't do interviews because she can't handle them. He had previously declined another debate with Harris, so tonight may have been the largest audience for the candidates between now and Election Day. Our questions addressed the economy, immigration, reproductive rights, and the wars in the Middle East and Europe. Both campaigns understood this special would go ahead if either candidate backed out. A week ago, Trump backed out. The campaign offered shifting explanations. First, it complained that we would fact-check the interview.
Yeah, well, what do you expect? He's only willing to do softball interviews where he won't get fact-checked, people won't criticize him. They're liars, so they know, like, as soon as anybody criticizes them, they're gonna look stupid. Not a surprise there. Thanks for the donation, though, Ben. Retard donated $2. Let me see. Oh, this should be good.
If he loses, man, what?
You're fucked, dude. I'm fucked. If he loses, I'm fucked.
It does seem that way. You can't just be like, yo,
Yeah, I'm like, how long do you think my prison sentence is going to be? Do you think, will I see my children? I don't know.
Because it's not like you can say, well, yeah, I maxed out. If he loses, man, what?
Vote for Kamala. All the more reason to vote for Kamala. Thanks for the donation, retard.
Richie, I miss when you stroked my snozzle. My barrel, it misses you, my love. I miss your thick hair that I can pull and tug. I love you.
At single digit body fat, a 5-plate dip for 2 reps, again single digit, 4 one-arm pull-ups, 185-pound weighted pull-ups, every grip. I want to see that, single digit. And I want to see them match my numbers at this body weight, which they can't.
Yeah, Alex has a pretty crazy fucking physique. He's strong, too. Let's see this one. Yeah, Jeffrey Verity Schofield is pretty goddamn jacked. Well, thanks for the donation, Death of Rabbit. Retard, donate $2. Let me see. Todd Rickman, head of Democratic Majority for Israel, was physically assaulted today by a group of Hamas supporters. These domestic terrorists must be arrested and prosecuted. Well, again, this does nothing to help Palestine. It's just about Jew hate. By the way, the only reason they're doing this to him is because he's an old man who can't really fight back well. They would never do this to me.
Get off the cliff. Get off him. Get off him. Get the fuck out of here. I'm not antagonizing you. Get the fuck out of here. Let me take your mask off. Let me take your mask off. Get out of here. Get out of here. Get out of here. Get out of here. Get the fuck out of here. Take it. Take it. Let's go.
guy who's attacking people. They're using the Hamas tactic. Attack him, and then when he shoves you away, claim you're the one who's attacked.
Don't fight women, you fucking idiot. Bleeding pussy. Bleeding pussy. Leave him alone. Pussy. You can't touch him, bro. I'm not touching him. Hurts himself again. You're the agitator. You're the agitator.
Yeah, I really need to be these people's bodyguards. Curious Donatillers, are you planning to go to more Palestine rallies to interview people? Well, the season's kind of over. If they do it again next year or something, then yeah, sure. There is one on October 9th near the Faculty of Social Sciences building at the University of Ottawa. Let me see. Student orgs endorse the Students' Vigil for Palestine. Ugh. I don't think I'm gonna bother. I already did that one just a few days ago. I don't see that being any more productive. Thanks for the donation, though, Curious.
I think there's a little. I've seen some of it myself. Zero. So
in an outdoor environment, there is zero science to back up the fact that we should ban smoking in outdoor parks. Yet nobody threw a fit. Nobody objected because it's taboo to talk positively about smoking today.
Sure. Yeah.
It wasn't based in science. It was based on emotion.
Yeah.
And that is the biggest problem that I have, is that so many things that we perceive as being unhealthy or not the way to go is based upon a perception.
Sure. It's propaganda.
What the science actually says.
Yeah. No, I agree with that completely. So, maybe we should talk about what happens in factory farms then, and why I think they are at risk to human health. You probably know this, and if you don't, I'll tell you right now that.
Well, I don't know if that's entirely true, so I'm pretty sure one of the reasons why they banned smoking in public areas was to just discourage smoking, period. Because if you have a lot of people smoking in public areas in a social setting, that encourages smoking, and cigarette smoking is just such a massive public health issue. The government probably had an interest in using that as a basis to ban public smoking.
70-80% of all the antibiotics in this nation, critical human-grade antibiotics, are used by factory farms, by animal agriculture.
Yeah, I know more about that than you.
Yeah, you probably do. Because what we actually learned about Trent, folks, is Trent has actually been talking to and working with animal rights activists for 2 decades. I think he's been to more animal rights conferences than I have, and he might know more of the major players in the animal rights than I do. Because, DXC is a fairly new player. We've been around for 5 years, and I've been an animal rights activist longer than that. But I've only been meeting with and connecting with some of the influential folks, frankly, like Trent himself, in the industry or in the movement for the past 5 or so years. So 78% of all the critical human-grade antibiotics in this nation are being fed to farm animals. And it is
Wait, Wayne. How did that number? How did we arrive at that number? Where'd you get that number?
Comes from the Centers for Disease Control.
No, that number does not come from the Centers for Disease Control. It comes from the Union of Concerned Scientists, who projected that number based upon looking at every available antibiotic to animal agriculture. And we produce just short of 10 billion of them each year in this country. And so what they did was they said, well, if there's 10 billion animals and we can use this antibiotic, this.
When's the diet done? Well, my goal weight is 220. Currently, I weigh 230. So 10 more pounds, that might be 2 weeks. That could be 4 weeks. Rate of weight loss kind of fluctuates. And then I'll see from there. I might want to diet down further.
This antibiotic and this antibiotic at this level, they projected that the actual use would be at the maximum allowable, and that is absolutely false. The number is at least half of that, and probably less than half of that. Around 30 to 35% is what the American Health Institute has said is actually fed to animals, but it continues to be less and less each year because, Wayne, I personally cared for 1 million animals in my lifetime.
Wow.
So I've been at every level of animal agriculture. I'm 6th generation. My family's been tending to animals in the United States since 1832. Mm-hmm. What's the most expensive? What is the one ingredient that I want to minimize my use in my animals? Antibiotics.
My guess is antibiotics because it's dangerous to you too.
That I want to use.
But let me ask you this, Trent. Whether the number is 35% or 70%, and I'm going to have to say I trust the Union of Concerned Scientists and the Centers for Disease Control and the National Institutes of Health more than I do any other organization in the world. Because these are the organizations that are intent on. These are organizations that have been tasked and have the world's renowned experts in controlling antibiotic-resistant disease. But whether the number is 35 or 70%, there's no doubt that there is a massive amount of drug usage inside animal agriculture. And furthermore, that when you use drugs, especially in a preventive way, and I don't think there's any disagreement here either, that companies like Smithfield Foods, they even announced that we're using drugs preventively. I could show you trial transcripts from the recent litigation in North Carolina where the chief scientist at Smithfield will be saying, and has said, that we give every single animal who comes to our farm drugs in the water and the food. Because if we don't, we're afraid they're all going to die. And that drug usage doesn't just show cruelty, because if animals are all suffering from diseases because of intensive confinement and filth, they're hurting, they're feeling pain. But it's also a danger to ordinary citizens like you. And do you have any kids, Trent?
I have 3 daughters.
Yeah, I mean, are you worried that your kids are going to get sick someday, and that the drugs aren't going to be effective to help them get back?
Actually, the opposite. My kids don't get sick because we develop immunity because of exposure to fecal material and all of the things that comes along with animal agriculture. In fact, New Zealand has a study that says farmers who deal with animals are 5 times less likely to contract any disease, including cancer, simply because we interact with animals. Much like you have some level of immunity because you got this dog that keeps running back and forth behind you, Wayne. That dog is shedding a dander that creates an immunity for you as well. And my kids who interact with animals on a daily basis develop an immunity which benefits them and their bodies for the rest of their life.
Yeah. So here's the
That's
difference.
why we have
if you had kids and dogs in your house that you were giving penicillin every single day at low level rates that didn't actually kill off the bacterial infection that was in them, and they lived this way for years and years and years, and you kept giving them not just penicillin, but gentamicin, tetracycline, and all these powerful human-grade antibiotics that are important for some emergency room. We've got a hospital that's just a few blocks from here in East Bay. It's called Alta Bates, and there are a lot of older folks in the Berkeley area, and older folks don't have very strong immune systems. And I've got friends who work in hospitals. My brother-in-law is actually a doctor, who says lots of times people are coming in with infections now, and our drugs are not working. And the best hypothesis, in fact, it's not even a hypothesis now. There's credible scientific evidence in peer-reviewed journals like Science and Nature showing that, for example, MRSA. You know what MRSA is, I'm sure. Methicillin.
I do. I also know that every single person has MRSA in their body, including you and I, whether you deal with animals or not. It's common. Every person.
It is. But there's pathogenic, deadly forms of MRSA that afflict people at a rate that is 6 times higher in the immediate vicinity of a factory farm, in particular a pig farm, than in other places in this country. 6 times, right? This is undisputed scientific
evidence. That study came from the University of Iowa, and I personally found flaws in that study because they ignored the fact that MRSA was present in every single person. They did not show you what the data said about the people who in that general area that had no exposure to animal agriculture, and it was equal. But that got left out of the equation.
But the University of Iowa is hardly animal rights territory, right? The University of Iowa is a farm.
If you're from Iowa, you don't have a lot of allegiance to the University of Iowa because it is the liberal university. The true animal folks go to Iowa State, Wayne. It's like saying that you're going to go to the University of Indiana and expect you to be
Thanks, Sean. It's been a hard fucking day, but I'm feeling better now.
Animal welfare sensitivity. Well, the folks that truly deal with animal welfare are at Purdue University.
Indiana University and Purdue are different, and Iowa State and Iowa. I don't doubt that they're different. But Iowa has a big ag school. In fact, I actually do a lot of my research on commercial practices in the industry by going to the University of Iowa's extension program because they have all these great materials. But let's move
on. The
on to
University of Iowa does not have an extension program. The Iowa extension program is from Iowa State, not the University of Iowa.
Okay, you might be right about that. So I said this is one of the great things about talking to people like Trent, right? I hope I can learn some things from Trent, and Trent maybe you'll learn some things from me. And this is why I think we have to have these discussions and dialogues. Because I'm going to say right now, and I told Trent earlier today when we were on a little Skype conversation prior to this live stream, that I don't know everything, and I can be a buffoon and an idiot. And I want Trent to be the one who calls me out if I do say something that's wrong. And I appreciate that, Trent. That it's not Iowa State, or it's not the University of Iowa, it's Iowa State.
That does an extension program.
Yeah.
Back to antibiotic usage.
Sure.
And I believe that antibiotics are a tool. We don't personally use it on every animal. I use antibiotics as a treatment only, but that's my personal choice. I don't believe that you or I should remove the tools from Smithfield or anybody else in animal agriculture to promote the healthiest animal possible for the safest food supply. Case in point, Denmark banned antibiotic usage at the subtherapeutic level, which you're referring to in 1998. Mm-hmm. And within 10 years, the therapeutic use of antibiotics had tripled. They were using 3 times the amount of total antibiotics. It's the basic. Your mom, I guarantee your mom, Wayne, said an ounce of prevention, Wayne's worth a pound of cure.
Yeah.
And so what you see happening with modern facilities, and I'm going to say just pretty much across the board, antibiotics are used judiciously. If they're used on every animal, they're used at a very short period of time for a very specific reason. And then those animals are off of antibiotics because, I repeat, it is the most expensive and the one item that we do not want to put on our animals.
The obvious pushback to this would be if we had no animal agriculture, we would never have to use antibiotics, and then we wouldn't have issues with antibiotic resistance. So regardless of how they're used, it is going to encourage antibiotic resistance, whether it's used at a subtherapeutic level, temporarily, in certain cases to prevent infection, or only for therapeutic use. The pushback to this would be, okay, well, if we had no animal agriculture, we wouldn't have to worry about this.
Unless we need to. There's a purpose.
I think what we can use as a contrasting example is China, where there are no regulations whatsoever of the use of antibiotics. And we found in China is not only massive increases, probably far higher than what we've seen in Denmark, but also the beginnings of a real superbug civilizational threat, including bugs that are developing that are resistant to last resort antibiotics. There are antibiotics that we use and we pull out for E. coli infections or MRSA infections that no other antibiotics can treat. You might know about colistin resistance that's occurring in China, and this is coming from pig farms. So,
Dodo, donate $2. Please react.
What's going on, everybody? Vince Goodrum here. It is Monday evening, As you guys can tell, power's back on. Trying to do is catch up on a couple things. You guys know, no internet, no power for 10 days. Apparently, he decided he wanted to go and hassle some cops, go down
Yeah, I'm probably gonna play Silent Hill too.
to some sort of Palestinian.
Prismo was a cat. We have 2 dogs. Prismo and Bimo are the cats. Prismo's dead now. And Finn is the little Pomchi. Faye is the border collie.
Israel protest. Now, he has a right to exercise the Canadian version of the First Amendment there, I suppose. The only problem is that he had a very sickening, pissening shirt on. Nigga, are you out your goddamn mind or something? How in the world can you wear such a god-awful shirt or make light of, 40,000 people being killed?
What a dumbass. My shirt said unalive Hamas. Hamas is a terrorist organization. Are you against unaliving terrorists? Our Canadian government is sending weapons to Israel, so my own government agrees with the message on my shirt.
Sorry to hear about Prismo. Losing a pet is so hard, but you gave him a great life. Also, keep up the awesome work exposing those Hamas supporters and stopping the misinformation. Without you, way more people would be falling for those false narratives.
Well, thanks, Solitaire. I really appreciate that. And thanks for the big donation, dude. I'm glad I decided to stream because I'm feeling better about it now. It's weird, when you're like, you get that, just when something really bad happens and it just feels like you got hit by a truck, it just feels like my body is finally calming down and healing now. Feel much calmer and, it hurts, but, Prismo and I had great times, loved him as much as I could. And, things don't last forever, unfortunately, but, it's, life is a burden. But, it's worth bearing the burden. Thanks for the donation, Solitaire. Grandam donated $2. Poured one out for your cat. On a positive note, how long before she dies? Well, if she's drinking raw milk, she might get bovine tuberculosis. We can only hope. What a fucking idiot. Thanks for the donation, Grandam.
Now, I don't feel bad for the terrorists, but what about the children there, okay? They didn't ask for this. They didn't deserve this.
Yeah, then blame the terrorist, dumbass.
You know what I mean? War is basically hell, okay? It's hell. And the worst thing about war is civilian casualties, all right? And believe me, there's been a lot of civilian casualties. So at no point in time, and I do mean no point in time, do you ever make light of that there, cousin. Do you understand the words that I'm coming out of my mouth? You never make light of that type of stuff. It's not funny. It's not minty. Remember, folks, and I've said this so many times.
The vet wasn't sure exactly what caused the kidney failure. She wasn't even sure if it had anything to do with the infection. The infection might have popped up as a result of the acute kidney failure, so she doesn't know. They weren't able to give me an explanation. Cats are very prone to kidney failure, so it's not like this is uncommon. There are a few people in chat actually saying the exact same thing happened to their cat, so.
Times, you guys, if it bends, it's funny. If it breaks, it's not funny. You know, honestly, I have to be honest with you. This is why your channel is failing, cousin. I mean, I see the number of subscribers go down, and I notice that you have to stream.
He's saying this when he has 3.7k subs.
For longer hours just to make a couple of shekels. It's at the point to where you're probably making.
I don't have to stream longer. I just choose to make more money. I like making money, so I just stream longer.
15 or 20 bucks an hour. Dead serious.
I'm not making $15 to $20 an hour.
Serious on some of the occasions itself there. You're losing subscribers, and it isn't because you're not being edgy. It's just because you're being a dork. All right? Nothing personal. And believe me,
if I was making $15 to $20 an hour, that would mean over the course of an 8-hour stream, I'd only make $160. I've currently been streaming for 4 hours, 12 minutes, and I've made $370. So 370 divided by 4, that averages out to $92 an hour. That's not atypical. Not every stream I make that kind of money, but usually by 6 hours, I'll make at least like $300. So 300 divided by 6, it's about 50 an hour, so he's off by quite a bit there.
the great one is an expert at dorks. You're a dork, you know, for wearing a shirt like that. And then arguing with the police. You know, they could have conked you upside the head for the stuff that you were pulling. You know.
No, that would be a violation of my civil rights.
At least back in my day. Back in the early days.
Well, back in your day, the police violated your civil rights.
When I was in law enforcement, you came up to me do that, I'd cock you in the back of the head. Or in the front of the head. Or just in the face. Either words, there would have been some serious conking, you know. Just keeping it real and telling it to you like it is. But you got to be out of your mind in order to...
So does Vince Goodrum think the police should physically assault people for using their First Amendment right?
Wear a shirt like that. Are you sick or something? You sick freak? You know? You're sick, man. Sick and...
Gig makes $3 an hour pleasuring men under a bridge. Maybe you can sell the mosquitoes in your swamp as pets for some extra money.
Ahead. You need Jesus. You need help. You need psychiatric help. And I thought Canada's medical coverage was so awesome. Looks like it isn't. Guess I was wrong! But that's all I got to say for right now.
Well, Vince is dumb.
For me, what I trust is the scientists who every day, like my brother-in-law, who are curing and treating people who have MRSA, who have E. coli infections, who have Campylobacter infections. We know all those pathogens are endemic in factory farms and animal agricultural facilities. And we know from all the evidence that the drugs that are being used in these facilities are causing resistance in the human population. I'm going to jump to another subject briefly, unless you have a final comment.
One final thing before
Please,
you jump. Less than 10% of the antibiotics used in animal agriculture are also crossover and used in human medicine.
And yet still the volume is 70 to 80% of all antibiotics, or even by your own concession, whether it's 30%, again, whether it's 30% or 70%, Trent, it's a massive amount of antibiotics. The total volume is huge.
But how many, I already said, and you well know, 10 billion animals produced in this country each year.
Yep.
Okay. How many people in the United States?
300 million.
330 million.
330 million.
Okay. 330 million. So if you look at it on a per animal, per person basis, even at 30%, even at 50%, if it goes into animal agriculture, the human population is the one that's still abusing the antibiotics, because look at the total number of animals on a 10 billion divided by the amount of antibiotics used compared to 330 million. The problem is in human use of antibiotics, not in animal agriculture.
Because you're saying on a per animal basis, human beings are using far more antibiotics. And I think you just made a very strong case for abolishing animal agriculture, Trent, because we cannot raise and use 10 billion animals responsibly and treat them in the way that we want them to be treated without causing antibiotic resistance. That frankly is a threat to human civilization. But here's another statement that I think we'll agree on. So we're going to disagree on the use of antibiotics.
22 minutes, by the way.
22 minutes? Okay, cool. So we're going to try to finish.
22 minutes it took you to get to what you really want to accomplish, the abolishment of animal agriculture. I was afraid we're going to pitter-patter around this for 58 minutes and still not really get to the point you want to abolish animal agriculture, which would be detrimental to human health and it'll be detrimental to planet health. I cannot support that.
And we should talk it out, because I actually want you to eventually get to the point where you agree with us. And abolishing animal agriculture, for the record, doesn't mean hurting any individual farmers like you necessarily. What we want to do is create a transformation, not unlike other major social transformations that occurred over the past 150 years. When we abolished human slavery in the 1850s, do you know what percentage of the U.S. economy was linked to slavery in 1855, for example, before the Emancipation Proclamation was signed? Take a guess.
I could take a guess, but I don't know the answer to this. I would say about 45%.
Yeah, you're about right. It's about 1 in 3. So one of my former professors at the University of Chicago, Robert Fogel, who's probably done more empirical work on this than anyone on the planet. He went through all sorts of documents, historical records, government industry documents from the 1850s, and found that even in the years immediately prior to the Emancipation Proclamation, about $1 in $3 in this country was direct.
Did you hear about Hurricane Milton? There's another hurricane about to hit Florida. It's the strongest storm in over 100 years, meanwhile. I did hear about that. Ron DeSantis is refusing to take Harris's call on Hurricane Helene. NBC News, this is what we have louder leaders to display in public. Shame for both parties. Very pathetic, this governor. That's probably not a good idea. Well, I guess we'll see what happens, right?
Governor DeSantis, NBC is reporting Governor DeSantis is ignoring your calls on hurricanes, resources, and help. How does that hurt the situation here?
Moments of crisis, if nothing else, should really be the moment that anyone who calls themselves a leader says they're going to put politics aside and put the people first. People are in desperate need of support right now, and playing political games with this moment in these crisis situations, these are the height of emergency situations, is just utterly irresponsible, and it is selfish, and it is about political gamesmanship instead of doing the job that you took an oath to do, which is to put the people first.
Madam Vice President, Governor
Yep, she's not wrong. Yeah, DeSantis is a massive idiot.
Directly linked to slavery. It was a massive, massive industry, and the amount of value being produced by this industry was unprecedented in the history of human, and frankly, of this nation's economy. That this industry was the industry of the entire U.S. economy. And when they transformed that economy and they transformed that system, a lot of people said it couldn't be done.
FEMA did not give all the money to immigrants.
That we didn't have the resources, we didn't have the technological capacity. And guess what? Human innovation has very few limits to it. And when there's a necessity, people can invent new paradigms that can transform the way we used to do things. And I think that's what's going to happen with animal agriculture. But before we move into that, and I think we should talk about that more, what we mean when we say we want to abolish animal agriculture. Because when we say that, I don't say that with any hatred or bitterness in my heart towards any individual farmer. Because I know there are people like you who are good people who are just trying to feed American citizens. I know this because, first of all, I grew up in Central Indiana and I knew a lot of farmers. Secondly, because my own family's farmers. I don't know if you knew this. My dad experimented on animals. He was a very poor person who immigrated to this country, went to graduate school, got a visa, came to graduate school, got his green card with the support of a company in Indiana called Eli Lilly. And for decades, he actually experimented on animals. And so this is my guilt, my shame too. It's not just about us attacking farmers. It's a collective responsibility of all the people of this nation, the farmers, the animal rights activists, the vivisectors, the sons of vivisectors, to take action to, and this is the next statement I want to get your feedback on, that I'm guessing we both agree on, which is that we should all be treating animals with respect. I'm guessing you agree with that statement.
Absolutely. That's the key, most important thing, respect.
Yeah, and I think that this is something really for us to elevate as animal rights activists and farmers, to recognize that farmers do believe that animals deserve to be treated with respect. And vegans and animal rights activists also know that animals deserve to be treated with respect. And I want to just specifically talk about chickens a little bit. I mean, do you raise chickens? Do you know chickens very well? Trent?
I know chickens.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I know chickens pretty well too, because chickens were actually the first
he knows chickens.
Farm animals I ever rescued. And I actually rescued them. You might not believe this. I actually rescued 2 chickens from punk kids at a show in Chicago. And they had grabbed these 2 chickens, put them into a pen. They bought them from a slaughterhouse in northern Chicago, and they were using them in a punk show to show that politicians are chickens. And what they did was they grabbed these 2 chickens, and in front of a crowd of like hundreds of screaming kids and these loudspeakers, these chickens had never been in an environment like this. They're holding them in front of the mic and saying, "Look at this chicken," and shaking this chicken. And I got a bunch of phone calls from people at the show and said, these 2 chickens are being terribly abused. They're being screamed at, they're being yelled at, they're being disrespected in just egregious, horrible ways. And we just went in there and took the chickens. And the people who were mistreating them said, "Yeah, I guess you're probably right, and let us take them." But When we talk about respect for chickens, I think most people who are not animal rights activists, and probably most farmers too, don't understand just how sophisticated chickens are. I mean, chickens understand 24 different calls. They can speak more words effectively than a 2-year-old human child. They have different calls for different situations. For example, if there's a predator flying overhead, they have a different call than a predator that's coming from ground. And they also have the ability to feel empathy. So there have been experiments performed where they show a mother chicken a video footage or across a glass window, just a little baby chick experiencing some sort of distress. Maybe you puff a little air at the baby chick and the chick gets scared. And when the chick gets scared, there are certain biological responses that we all go through from fear, like increased cortisone levels, increased heart rates, your eye temperature lowers when you're undergoing fear. And Trent, you know what happens to these mother chickens when they see baby chicks experiencing fear and stress? Do you know what the biological response is?
Well, to protect them.
Protect them, but specifically, they go through exactly the same biological response. They actually feel empathy. Their brains trigger the same sort of biological responses as what the chicks are going through. So their heart rates increase, their cortisone levels increase, their eye temperature decreases, which shows that these chickens.
Because chickens are nice. Chickens are sweet animals.
We call them, these stupid birds. We call them, we use bird brain as an insult. But in fact, these chickens have the ability to empathize and take the perspective of another living creature and feel fear simply because another being is feeling fear. So, I mean, what are your thoughts on that? And do you agree that animals have sophisticated emotional lives, that they have attachments to their families and their flocks and their herds?
Well, absolutely. They have a protection. So all animals have the three instincts: eat, reproduce, and survival.
Including human beings.
Including human beings, absolutely.
We're all the same.
And if you don't do those things, you cease to exist. By the way, 99% of all species that ever existed are now extinct.
Yeah,
so
right.
we need to keep that in mind.
Which is terrifying. I'm guessing we both agree that it's terrifying.
No? It is terrifying, but we've slowed that rate of extinction, and I think that's pretty exciting, actually. But
I would very much disagree with that, but
what you were a
more about
master
that in a bit.
I'm sorry, Wayne, I didn't hear that.
Yep, I'm sorry, go ahead.
What you are a master at is making this chicken story somehow translate over into food animal agriculture, and you've completely eroded the benefit of the chicken, and particularly the egg, to improving mankind. Egg, I start every morning with eggs. Eggs are the highest source of choline. They've got more essential nutrients than you can get in any substance that you can consume on the planet, right alongside.
That is not true. They're not particularly nutritionally dense.
Of beef. Forget all of that. In concept of what you talked about. So I live in country in central Nebraska where we have a decent pheasant population. We have an extremely high turkey population. Everything that you just described with those animals running out there in the wild, where a lot of people who follow you believe that that's the ultimate environment for these animals, and we should just turn them all loose, take them out of the protection of a facility like you illegally entered in Petaluma. But if you put that chicken out there in this environment, it's going to die.
Yeah.
It's going to have the same or a greater sense of fear when the coyote is there every single day.
Yeah.
And so what we've done by moving the chickens in a barn, which by the way happened in the 60s because the USDA said in order to protect the chickens, we need to put these chickens inside of a barn. And we protect them from two things. We protect them from predators and we protect them from the elements.
Sure.
And the elements, it's a perfect day for me to talk about this.
Buddy, is this guy legit saying chickens are benefiting from getting fucking holocausted? He's just being dishonest. If you look inside a fucking chicken barn, it's literally hell on earth.
This in central Nebraska, we're expecting to get 2 feet of snow yet this week, the week after Christmas. You know how many turkeys?
You should move to Berkeley.
No.
It's so much nicer here, though. You don't have to worry about the snow.
I can count. There's different snowflakes in Berkeley. Okay, so we can.
I like that. That's good.
So we're going to have extreme death loss because of the snow that's going to happen in the Great Plains all the way from Nebraska through the Dakotas. There is no ideal environment. But what we've been able to do in animal agriculture is to bring those chickens inside, bring those pigs inside, bring the turkeys inside, and improve their daily life.
Yeah.
Because we want them to be efficient. We want them to be healthy.
Their daily life is clearly not improved.
And at the end of the day, we want them to improve human lives. That's why we do it.
So I just want to highlight the fact that you're saying something that shows a very deep-seated common value that I think we share, which is animals' lives should be protected, that they should not have violence inflicted upon them, they should not suffer unnecessarily, they should not be killed unnecessarily, because you were talking about how we want to protect these chickens from predation. They're going to get killed, and that's a bad thing, which is great.
Well,
and there's so much, I just want to point out that we got here a farmer who wants me to go to prison, an animal rights activist who's doing these demonstrations that are described as terrorism by people like you, and yet we have this common value about protecting animals from violence and harm and even death that most people would not even believe had just happened. I mean, I think this is powerful. I think this is important for us to acknowledge, because regardless of what happens,
I have a fear of flying because I don't look at the likelihood of an accident, I look at the likelihood of surviving the accident. Is that irrational?
I mean, you are literally more likely to die on the way to an airport than on the plane. Like, when most people have these sorts of fears, like, you know, you see a lot of liberal fucking cucks who want to ban guns because they're afraid of getting shot. The likelihood of you getting shot when you're white, don't live in Chicago, aren't part of a gang, is like incredibly minusculely low. Like, you almost have better chances of winning the lottery. So people kind of overemphasize the danger involved if an accident were to happen, and they don't really look at the likelihood of that dangerous situation actually happening. So, you know, a meteor could crash into Earth and then you could get obliterated. Are you afraid of a meteorite hitting you? Like, no, because the likelihood of that is just so minusculely low. So yeah, I would say that is irrational because you're not actually looking at the true, you know, likelihood of that actually happening, and you're just looking at how horrible it would be to be in that situation. Thanks for the donation, though, Speed Racer.
Happens in court, and, you know, I'm going to be in court, maybe even you'll be in court in the next couple of years. I think it's important for all of our folks and all the folks on the other side to understand that in a time our nation is so divided and there's so much fighting and yelling on Twitter and on Facebook, you can find common values, deep-seated common values that two sides both deeply believe in and can respect on the other side. And I do respect that on you, Trent. I respect that you care about protecting animals from violence and even from being killed. What I want to say to follow up on that,
between you and I in that regard, Wayne,
yeah,
is that back in Chicago with those punk kids that were putting those chickens in unnecessary fear,
yeah,
I would have went and sat down with them and said, wait a minute, let's think about what you're doing here. Let's think about removing the chickens from your show for this reason, this reason, this reason. I wouldn't have just gone in, broken in, and stolen them.
Yeah, I didn't steal them. They actually consented to us taking them on that particular occasion.
So
but
see,
also emergency
you
situations.
abandon those ways, which I would agree to.
Yeah, and I agree with you, Trent, that you should always start with a conversation. And my dog's barking. Speaking of chickens,
is the dog a vegan? That's what I want to know.
The dog wants to go outside, and she's going outside now. I'll introduce you to my dog sometime if you're in the Bay Area. But I think you'd agree that what we did with this dog is a good thing too, because this dog, Lisa, she was rescued from a dog fight. Men who are, you know, basically choosing to have dogs set after each other, tear each other to pieces for fun, for entertainment. But what I want to say to you is, Trent, I think it's great. Vegan? The dog is vegan, actually. Yeah.
That is not healthy for you nor your dog. Your dog's going to develop diabetes and arthritis and all of these other issues.
I would disagree with that.
Besides, that's why that dog is constantly pacing, because it doesn't have meat like it's supposed to in its diet daily.
And I've talked to the University of Pennsylvania veterinarian who's done the studies on vegetarian and vegan diets. I can cite the studies, Trent, and I appreciate your opinion. I appreciate your feedback. I'd love you to introduce you to my dogs at some point if you visit the Bay Area. But I'm going to go back to this point about protecting animals from violence. And you were saying earlier that there's 2 feet of snow outside your house right now in Nebraska. There's coyotes and predators who are going to tear these chickens apart, and it is completely unrealistic for us to throw chickens in the middle of New York City or frankly into the plains of Nebraska and expect them to survive or live reasonably decent lives. It's horrible. And I actually agree with you on that. And our goal as animal rights activists isn't to take the 9 billion chickens, Cornishes or Leghorns or whatever, and throw them out into the wild. But I think that's a straw man. That's not what animal rights activists are asking. What we're asking for is animals to be taken to sanctuary, for us to use all the money that we've historically been funding to big corporations through subsidies, like the $200 billion in subsidies that go to farmers in the Farm Bill every 5 years, and instead devote that to animal care, animal shelters, where we can take these animals to sanctuaries and shelters where they can live out their lives in peace. And I don't know how much you know about my background. My background is in economics. A lot of people might say, oh, that's unrealistic. We can't pay for all these chickens to live good lives in pasture. In fact, if you look at the statistics and you look at the numbers about how much it costs to actually care for a chicken or pig, we can take about 2% of GDP, which is a lot. I'm not saying it's not a small amount, but it's 2 cents out of every dollar. And within 1 generation or less, we could cause populations of farm animals decline by a couple orders of magnitude, from 10 billion to 100 million to maybe 10 million or even a million, and give every single one of those animals good lives. So when we take animals and we give them lives they deserve, treat them with respect, we don't throw them out in the wild where they're going to get torn to pieces by a coyote. We take them to a place called a sanctuary. Have you ever been to a farm sanctuary, Trent?
I have. In fact, Gene Bauer is one of those individuals that I've met. Farm Sanctuary started that in New Jersey.
Have you been to Watkins Glen? That sanctuary?
No.
Okay.
No.
You should go sometime. And if you get the opportunity to come to California again, I'm going to personally commit right now to taking you to a sanctuary where we can show you a place.
I'll take you up on that.
Okay, seriously. So because this is a place where we can't.
You have a problem.
Let me just finish my thought real quick. Because this is a place where the value you just talked about of protecting animals from violence and being killed is upheld even better than any farm in this nation. Because these animals will never be sent to a slaughterhouse. They're never going to be killed by a predator. They're never going to be stuffed into a battery cage or in a cage-free facility. And they're going to be given the respect that you and I agree every single animal deserves. Exploiting this technology as well. I mean, there are these multi-level factory farms in China that have been constructed that cause devastation to the local communities, sometimes 10, 20, 30 miles away. The stench is so bad that people can't even walk out of their homes. And I've been there. I've seen this. I've seen how it's affecting my people, and it's devastating. So, you cite that one example, and I'd love to hear more about this example of regenerative agriculture being driven by cows. And I could cite 99% more.
Regenerative agriculture is just it's hooey.
The 1% of cases where there's a small-time farmer that has the only person in animal ag who's actually been willing to come and talk to us openly and publicly, advocate for animals live. Because
okay, I think I've seen enough of that.
Going back out on stage.
Boys, today Israel.
Give me a long time.
These people are stupid.
£1,000.
Okay, I've had a very long day. I was planning on reacting to Piers Morgan tonight, but I'm a little too exhausted right now. I'm gonna have to just go to bed, relax, unwind, sleep. But I will be on tomorrow night. We'll react to the Piers Morgan thing. We'll watch the Ken Berry debate, and I think I also want to watch this video by Goji Man. So I'll make that the main topic for tomorrow night's stream. But big thanks to everybody who donated in Streamlabs. Really appreciate it. Thanks for all the condolences for Prismo. Rest in peace. But I'll see you all tomorrow. Sweet dreams.